today at the conclusion of public comment. And we're going to pick up today's meeting with the Planning Commission because public comment is closed, and it's going to be agenda item 2. And before we get started, I'm going to read a script just to remind everyone. I did read it at the beginning of this meeting on June 6th, but just as a reminder, this meeting of the Pacifica Planning Commission will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953, as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The Governor of California proclaimed a state of emergency related to COVID-19 on March 4th, 2020. This teleconference meeting is necessary so that the city can conduct essential business and is permitted under Government Code Section 54953 in order to protect public health and safety of attendees. Consistent with Government Code Section 54953, this Planning Commission meeting will be held via teleconference only, and there will be no physical location open to the public. Planning commissioners and staff will teleconference into the meeting by audio and/or video. The public can observe the meeting remotely via the Zoom link as the primary means of participation, or via cable channel 26 for live stream broadcasts as alternate methods of viewing the meeting. Participation via the Zoom link will enable the meeting to be observed live. And with that said, can we start today with a roll call vote? Or for a roll call.
Yes, Chair Berman, good morning. Chair Berman.
Present.
Commissioner Domerat.
Present.
Commissioner Godwin.
Present.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Present.
Commissioner Wright.
Present.
And I will note that Commissioners Ferguson and Leal have abstained from this agenda item. As a reminder, they have potential conflicts of interest due to property ownership in the Sharp Park specific plan area.
Thank you. And I'd like to do the salute to the flag to commence today. And I'll go ahead and lead it for everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so, as I mentioned, we are beginning today in the middle of agenda item number 2. We closed public comment. So the first thing that we'll do will be bringing it to the commission to ask clarification questions, and then discussion and deliberation, and hopefully lead to a recommendation. But before we start, I wanted to say a few things. And I thought for a long time on how we could conduct this meeting in a thorough and efficient way, given that we have a lot on our plate today. So today we have 2 separate documents, the general plan and Sharp Park specific plan, that will eventually, once approved and adopted, will be the guiding policies of the city, and potentially for 40 years, as we all know. With those, we also have another document, the EIR, which is an analysis to support those reports and identify the impacts of those reports. But ultimately, the EIR will help the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan move forward, because the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan are the guiding policies of the city or a specific area in the city. So with that said, I would personally like to, as the chair, conduct this meeting where we review the general plan and EIR first, and kind of segment it out like that to be a little more digestible, and in an effort to avoid jumping around from one plan to the other as much as possible. But with that said, I understand and appreciate that there's portions of the Sharp Park specific plan that do relate to the general plan. and also that we have an EIR that covers both. So today, when we start our questions and our discussions, I'd like to focus on the general plan and the EIR, but please don't take that as prohibiting anyone to make a comment on the Sharp Park specific plan, especially if it relates to their review of the EIR or their review of the general plan. And kind of going a little bit more into detail on what I plan to do is, so we'll start with, of course, the general plan and the EIR as our focus. And we're going to start with general questions, just clarifying questions, as we usually do as a commission. Then after everyone is able to ask their clarifying questions, then I'd like to move on to comments that we have. And when we talk about comments that we have, I'd like to take it chapter by chapter. So we could ensure that we do a thorough comb through of especially the general plan, and that no one's comment is forgotten or left unheard. So I'd kind of like to do it chronologically once we get to the comment portion. Now, the clarifying question portion, feel free to ask your clarifying questions throughout the general plan document and EIR. I think it's kind of hard to limit that chapter by chapter. After we talk about our comments, then I think we could go into more of a deliberation, as we usually do, and hopefully come out with a recommendation specific to the general plan and EIR first. And then we can move into focus of the Sharp Park specific plan. And one of the reasons why I want to say all this in my game plan right now before we start discussions, or questions rather, is if anyone has any comments or concerns with an aspect of the Sharp Park specific plan that relates to the EIR or general plan specifically, I think it's worth discussing in this first portion of our meeting before we start talking about the Sharp Park specific plan. And with that, I'm going to turn to the more experts on the call, Ms. Sharma and Planning Director Murdoch. What are aspects we should keep in mind that are focused on the Sharp Park specific plan, but if we want to comment on something or change something in the Sharp Park specific plan, it may impact the general plan or the EIR?
So I'll start, Chair Berman. Good morning, commissioners and staff. Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. So there is a requirement for the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan to be consistent. And so typically what you'll see is broad policies like general land use categories and so forth will be consistent between the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan. What you also will see is that the specific plan has many more particular and refined policies about more detailed components of the Sharp Park specific plan area. And so those policies, while more specific, are required to be and have been drafted to be consistent with the broader policies contained in the general plan. So as a rule of thumb, the commission can arguably get more specific with some of its recommendations or adjustments to the refined components of the Sharp Park specific plan. But should it want to change issues like land use designations for a particular parcel, that is a change that would need to be reflected backwards for consistency and compatibility with the general plan. So in a scenario where the commission reaches a recommendation today, let's say on the general plan, but perhaps not on the Sharp Park specific plan, any changes at a future meeting recommended in the Sharp Park specific plan would need to have a corresponding change if they are addressed also in the general plan back into the general plan. We would have to determine on a case-by-case basis or a change-by-change basis whether it would be possible to have those catch up, if you will, with the city council's process and maybe become part of their package of items to be considered as recommendations from the commission. So we'll really have to understand what the nature of the change is and then provide a recommendation to the commission at that time.
Okay.
And then similarly, sort of as an umbrella issue, right? Anything that is maybe more impactful that wasn't analyzed in the EIR, for instance, if the commission wanted to increase density or intensity of a land use designation in the Sharp Park specific plan, that is a potential trigger for further analysis and study in the EIR. It's not necessarily that the EIR would need to be recirculated or new analysis, but we'd have to consider each potential change individually and cumulatively to ensure that it was covered in the range of analysis performed for the EIR.
Thank you. So that kind of concludes what my opening statement is for today, and hopefully that paints a good picture for everyone. And the last thing I want to mention is I do plan on taking a 30-minute lunch break around 1 o'clock, wherever that lands in our item 2 of this agenda. So that's all I have to say for now, and I'd love to open up Planning Commission questions.
And Chair Berman, would you allow me just one moment to address another preliminary administrative matter?
Yes.
To clarify for the record, Commissioner Domerat is present at this component of the adjourned regular meeting. He was absent from the first part of this adjourned regular meeting. And so wanted to provide him an opportunity to clarify the preparation he's undergone to prepare and participate in the deliberations today.
So I guess that's me. First of all, thank you very much. All the hard work that everybody's been doing on this. I did have a family matter out of town that had to be taken care of last week and Monday, and so was not able to participate on Monday. However, I did preview the entire proceedings of Monday on the YouTube video. So with all of the introductory comments and the work of the Planning Commission, and then all of the presentations by our residents of Pacifica, I did go through all of that. So I think I'm pretty much up to snuff. Couple of general comments, I guess, or just a general overview, since I do have the floor. One of the interesting titles of some of these reports said it's the Plan Pacifica process. And I truly want everybody to remember this. This is a process. I've dealt with mega reports of more than 5,000 pages dealing with national elements, and these reports, you will never get a perfect report. What you hope for is that the process leads to a template that then allows you to progress into the future, allows you to make modifications as needed, and I think this plan so far provides all that. We maybe, as we go through the individual elements, there could be some more discussion on whether our community feels that the plan provides that input, feedback, lessons learned, and then iterations of improvements as we go forward. And maybe there's something more formal we can add to the plan to have them assured that we're not going to put this on a shelf for the next 5 years because something else came up. And maybe that would help in that process. So it is a learning process. It is a growing process. Changes will continue to be made. And I want to assure the public that as long as we're on the commission, that we will help the community to go forward and keep this updated with the best information and documentation possible. So I'll turn it back to our chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Domerat. And I'll open it up to clarifying questions specific to the general plan and EIR, preferably. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I was trying to give someone else an opportunity. I feel like I always go first, but okay. So I probably have 20 to 30, and they're not all intensely long, but I did have, it's a big document. There's a lot going on. And so I did have some questions that I wanted to clarify. And when I give a page number, it's going to correspond to the red line version of the general plan, which I believe is attachment B, if I'm recalling right. It's attachment D. So one of the items that I wanted to understand, and I think I have an understanding of it because I know that we're updating the housing element as a separate process, but the general plan refers oftentimes to 990 units. And so I wanted to understand with the numbers that are quoted and that are a part of the red line general plan, how is that kind of going to compare to this process that we're going through with the housing element update?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair Hazard. So I think it's understandable that people want to understand how we reconcile those two different numbers of housing units that the city is required to plan for. What this plan reflects is the build-out calculations based on the land use components and reasonable assumptions of development that would be expected to occur under the land use element of the general plan. We recognize that very late in this process, ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, issued a regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, to the city of Pacifica as part of the 6th cycle that requires planning for at least 1,892 housing units. And so we recognize that's an obligation for the city that came out very late in this process. And we think we really need the tools contained in this new general plan to give us the information in terms of hazards, preferred land use strategies, new land use designations with increased density, and so on, in order to have an adequate and really focused, concerted housing element update planning process. And so as has been reflected in the general plan itself, in terms of addressing this issue, we fully intend to shift to a concerted housing element update process following adoption of the general plan and leveraging all of the tools and skills and strengths that the new general plan will give us as compared to a 1980 general plan, which has very low overall maximum densities, is outdated information in terms of developed areas, areas preserved from development, and so on. And so we really will take that as part of a separate public planning process with its own community engagement and its own environmental review process, tearing off of the certified environmental impact report for the general plan update.
Okay. And a piggyback question on that, is the housing element update going to use the same general plan, or is there going to be additional CEQA done as part of that housing element update?
I think you mean, will the housing element update use the same environmental impact report?
Yes.
Yes, it's our intention to use that as the baseline and then to measure any changes proposed in the housing element, which almost certainly will include some land use element changes to really focus a larger number of units as required by the RHNA, and then to tier off of the certified EIR from the general plan and have focused analysis of those new potential impact areas.
Got it. So if there is additional CEQA, it would be like a focused EIR or an EIR addendum.
Generally, that's what I would expect. Yes, it's hard to say exactly the extent of those changes without knowing them at this point in time, but those are two common outcomes. Yes.
Sure. And so then that leads me to a question about the build out densities that are included. I've read a lot of general plans in my lifetime, and I haven't really seen this build out density concept in a lot of them. Can you talk through a little bit about what that's intent, like maybe add a little bit more to what you just said about why we include those?
Yeah, Ms. Moore, would you like to field that question?
Yep, so more information about the build-out process can be found in our EIR Master Response 3. And the reason we do build-out is to represent a forecast of the amount of residential and non-residential development that is likely to result from implementation of the proposed plan, and then provide a reasonable basis for quantifying what the impacts might be. And so build-out's calculated based on certain assumptions about new residential and non-residential development. That includes the likelihood of vacant land to redevelop versus underutilized land, what the assessed value ratio might be, and then using those assumptions, then we calculate what the build out might be. And we don't use the maximum because not every parcel is going to develop at the maximum because of zoning, because of environmental constraints that might be on parcels. So build out represents reasonably foreseeable basis and to assess environmental impacts. And yeah,
go ahead. Well, so I was going to ask Ms. Moore, does that build out number of both residential and non-residential space, does that make its way into the other studies that are part of these documents?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
And I'll ask my colleague, Andrew Hill, who's with me as well, if he has any other further thoughts to share about build out. Or if that was adequate, Andrew.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, Commissioner Hauser, further questions, if I can help.
Okay. No, I think that was a helpful explanation. And you'll see, by the way, I'm going in order through the document, so you'll see like very broad questions, and then this one is super specific. So page 28 of the red line general plan has figure 2-2, which is the TOT revenue per fiscal year. And I noticed that it stopped at 2018 on that chart because the information wasn't available. And I understand that when this section was written, that may have been the case. Is there, I've got to believe we can now go through like 2020, probably not 2021, but through 2020. Is there a way to add an additional column here, or is the information just not available?
Sure. We certainly do have more up-to-date transient occupancy tax or TOT revenue collection figures. And so that could be included as a recommendation to be updated in the plan.
Okay. Fantastic. So page 45 in chapter 3 under coastal development, I'm wondering why figure 3-3 didn't identify the areas around San Pedro Park and the southmost part of the city as sensitive natural resources. Just like a little bit more insight into that.
Can you please restate the reference location?
Yes, so it's, instead of giving page numbers, I'll give section numbers. So on page 3-8 of the red line, under coastal development, it refers to figure 3-3. And then if you look over at the draft GP at that figure, it doesn't actually identify areas around San Pedro Park or really the southmost part of the city as having sensitive natural resources. And I only asked the question because that came as a little bit of a surprise to me.
Sure, I'm trying to jump back and forth between the red line version and
I am too. It's going to be a fun meeting.
So I think as a general matter, and Ms. Moore, you can clarify further. The diagrams in the general plan reflect the official adopted sensitive habitat areas for the planning area. And so while it's entirely possible that additional areas might qualify as an environmentally sensitive habitat area or ESHA, not all of them can be precisely mapped at this point in time. And so there are policies contained in the general plan that still provide all of those same resource protections, but they would only be identified based on a site-specific analysis, perhaps as part of a project level study. Prior to authorizing development for a city project or a private development project.
Okay. And in that vein, when you talk about ESHAs, and now I'm going to the glossary in the draft general plan because it's not in the red line. We've defined ESHA in the glossary as defined by the California Coastal Act. And so what I would also like to understand as a city that has a lot of land in the coastal zone and a lot of land that's not in the coastal zone is, does an ESHA apply outside of the coastal zone as well? Or is it then regulated by CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, USACE, RWQ? Like does an ESHA go to both places?
Yeah, so, the term ESHA is a term of art, a term of law from the California Coastal Act. And so in the first instance, it is applicable in the coastal zone. It's my opinion, the general plan has been drafted such that these policies apply throughout the entire city in the general plan. And so it's possible there are areas outside of the coastal zone that meet the definition of ESHA and would have relevance for the policies related to resource protections in the general plan. However, those areas outside of the coastal zone would not require a coastal development permit. And so the Coastal Commission would not be involved in reviewing ESHA analyses or delineations and so forth. And other relevant resource agencies, like you mentioned, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They would be involved in evaluating potential impacts to sensitive species.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was a helpful answer. Okay, now I'm in the land use element. So I wanted to understand why we didn't include minimum FARs in both the mixed use and commercial designations generally. Was there a thought or an intent there?
So I think there's really two parts to that. I think one is understanding a maximum for purposes of performing the build out and impacts analysis for the EIR. And the second part of that, in my thinking, is that we anticipate that this general plan will be implemented through a comprehensive zoning update. And so it had been my intention in understanding and expectation that more detailed standards such as minimum FARs would be determined on a neighborhood or zoning district by zoning district basis with some further refinement and more focused discussion of those zoning and rezoning decisions. But Ms. Moore, perhaps you can elaborate further if you have any thoughts.
That was my understanding as well, Christian.
And just to, I think we all know this, but as we get into the next section as defined by Chair Berman, which I think was a really helpful explanation of how we're going to run the meeting, I'll then kind of take these answers into what I'm thinking. So in that same vein, I wanted to understand if the maximum FAR of the service commercial designation, which is somewhat low, is intense enough to cover all of the types of uses that Pacifica would like to see. And what I think about as like a successful tax generator in a place like our neighbor Daly City is City Toyota, which is a 5-story car dealership that also does car maintenance. Now, I'm not saying we have the space or the land to do that, but I want to make sure that I understand if an analysis has been done to determine what's appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start and then, Ms. Moore can supplement. I don't know that we contemplated having such high intensity service commercial uses. If you look at the types of service commercial uses that exist in Pacifica that I think have generally been acceptable to the community in terms of, a light industrial or heavy commercial type of land use, they've tended to be pretty small scale building form, 1, maybe 2, or 1.5 sort of 15 to 20 foot building heights, really like self-storage or auto repair, warehousing type uses. And I don't think there was a contemplation in the general plan of significant, heavy commercial or heavy industrial type activities that might need a much more intensive FAR. And if you look at those types of, the built form of those types of land uses, they tend to have a lot of parking or a lot of paved area to allow maneuvering of vehicles and so forth. And so they sort of skew to the low end of the FAR spectrum. It is something the city could consider, but it would be a different type of commercial, I think, than we would expect during the planning period.
Okay. All right. On page 4-8 of the red line, under low intensity visitor serving commercial, there is a note that says existing permitted businesses that do not conform to the description of LIBC may remain until voluntarily redeveloped. And it struck me that that was specifically called out because my understanding is that for all uses that are currently in the city, if land use is changing, that those uses would be grandfathered in. So I'd like to understand if that was just specifically being called out to clarify or if that's trying to draw a distinction between other land uses.
Yeah, I think, we can't read this provision in isolation. As you're aware, the city's zoning regulations have non-conforming zoning components as well. Typically, that is in the realm of the zoning ordinance. However, in this case, given the sharp distinction, if you will, between some of the existing more intensive land uses in these areas proposed for the low intensity visitor serving commercial land use designation, there is going to be, perhaps a drastic land use change when those sites redevelop. And so I think this was just amplifying and clarifying that we understand that these are intended to be transitional areas on account of the coastal hazards that this designation is intended to address and still provide economic use of the land. And so providing further clarification that keeping those uses as they are today upon application of this land use designation is consistent with the general plan, and that we know that they'll redevelop and transition at some later point in time.
Okay. And that actually dovetails nicely into my next question, which is on 4-32, which is LU-I-39. I can't, yeah, is it an I or a 1? I think it's Roman numeral 1. So LU-1-39. So I wanted to understand why the Crespi Business Center, which is being designated as mixed use, as the MUC land use designation. I wanted to understand how we were contemplating the continuation of light industrial and R&D in a designation that specifically is for residential and commercial types that don't include service commercial. So maybe the answer is that there's a reference to service in MUC that was meant to entail service commercial uses, but it wasn't clear to me, and I'd like to understand the thought there.
Sure. So this policy and the language that you referenced was the result of some very focused discussion by the City Council in study sessions in 2019. Mm-hmm. And the Crespi Business Center was a site that was the focus of a lot of consideration by the City Council, recognizing it's one of the only light industrial business park type uses, if not the only, in Pacifica. They were concerned about potential loss of that light industrial business park type of land use and all of the positive effects from the perspective of the City Council for small business ownership and employment in the community. And so an earlier draft, the 2014 draft, proposed mixed use commercial, and it would be subject to all of those mixed use commercial policies. The council discussed, a potential fire or other hazard event that might render the existing business park, Crespi Business Center, non-operational and cause it to redevelop. And they didn't want to simply transition that entirely to a mixed use commercial, run-of-the-mill retail commercial and housing type of mixed use. And so they wanted to make some special accommodation, and this policy was the attempt to do that. So, we would have to find a range of commercial uses that would be allowable within the mixed use designation that would support the business park type of use, but that would also be compatible with mixed use residential component because the council did see the value of also having the mixed use in that location.
Okay, well, I have some thoughts on how to clarify that, but I'll reserve them for the next segment. Okay, moving on to Chapter 5 more generally, we got a lot of comments, both last week and this week, and during the EIR review period regarding study intersections and changes from one iteration of the general plan to this current one. And I wanted to ask the question as to the scope change and how that came to be.
Could you be more specific as to what you mean by the scope change?
Well, my understanding is that 2 key study intersections were taken out between the 2014 version and this version. And I did not read the 2014 version. So I'm trying to get a little bit of insight into that.
Well, from the public comments, I think the 2 primary circulation related issues that I've heard were the Manor Drive overcrossing project and the potential for a Milagro on-ramp. The general plan as it's presented today simply describes that contemplated project as a requirement in the circulation element of potential circulation network improvements that might occur during the planning period. It's not a confirmation that the project will occur or that it will occur with any particular project component. That's a project level decision that the City Council needs to make. And further study is ongoing for the variety of alternatives that Manor Overdrive or overcrossing project might look like upon a project approval. The other that I've heard in public comments or in written comments relates to the Hickey Drive and Gateway, Hickey Boulevard and Gateway Drive intersection. And I think there's a misperception that somehow support for installation of a traffic signal in that location was removed from the draft general plan. If you look at circulation policy CI-I-13, It reads Hickey Boulevard and Gateway Drive intersection improvements. Add signal control to the intersection of Hickey Boulevard and Gateway Drive with signal timing to facilitate traffic movement. And so there is still support in the draft general plan for that improvement. It's primarily a funding constraint to my knowledge. Perhaps City Engineer Sandy Bautista, who's on the call, could elaborate. The city has known for some time that a signal there might be beneficial to circulation, but due to lack of funding, hasn't been able to install the signal. But Mr. Bautista?
Good morning, everybody. Sam Bautista, Deputy Director of Public Works. Yes, Commissioner Hauser, Deputy Director, Acting Director Murdoch. It is a button, and in terms of just the design, there's definitely some process that needs to be conducted. We can go ahead and go forward with the design of that intersection, and of course, it's coordinated trans. So we don't have any plans to start the design or the construction at the moment.
Okay, so it sounds like a funding issue, but the policy is there and is recommended to be implemented. So when the funding issue is resolved, the policy can guide it. Okay.
Vice Chair Hauser, sorry to interrupt. Occasionally we get some feedback when staff is discussing and you have your Zoom off of mute. Sorry to burden you, but do you mind putting yourself on mute when staff talks? Sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's okay. but keep going.
Okay, my other chapter 5 question, and this is more into the EIR because this is our significant overriding consideration, is I want to understand a little bit more about VMT and why we can't mitigate for VMT. And maybe it would be helpful to also understand the difference between level of service and VMT. So if somebody could address that a little bit, I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, Ms. Moore, would you kindly take that question?
Sure. So level of service is no longer required by CEQA to be analyzed in EIRs. And they have made the switch to vehicle miles traveled as a means of addressing greenhouse gases. And there are certain thresholds that you establish in order to evaluate whether or not a project is going to have a significant impact. And so while Pacifica has kept level of service in its general plans, the EIR only requires analysis of vehicle miles traveled. And can you say a little bit more about your question about mitigating VMT? Is it about mitigating VMT?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that this is the area that we, that we're going to have to make a significant overriding consideration of. And I mean, for me, but really also for the benefit of the record, I think it would be important to understand why this is something that can't be mitigated for. And maybe it has to do with the fact that, we don't have a BART station like our neighbors in Daly City and Colma and South San Francisco. So I would like to really understand that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the general plan does include a lot of policies that can reduce VMT on a smaller scale, but in the larger picture, VMT is really driven by regional distribution of jobs and goods and services and availability of high frequency transit for longer trips. And regional transit service is not something within Pacifica's control. So that's not really feasible as a mitigation strategy. And because Pacifica also is a small city, it's not immensely jobs rich. There is that consideration too.
So, and this actually, I did not have this on my question list, but now that you've said this, I'm thinking about it. As we move this process forward, if we approve the plan in its current form, as developers come into the city on a project by project basis, are doing their own level of analysis, if they can't meet VMT, is that going to need another significant overriding, consideration? Or is that something that, because our city as a whole under the general plan has chosen to approve, I guess what I'm not very gracefully saying is, what is the impact to developers as they do their traffic analysis in the future?
Yeah, I'm going to call on my colleague Andrew Hill to help me answer that question.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's, in a way, I suppose it's an advantage of having found a significant and unavoidable impact for VMT in the general plan EIR, because then subsequent projects don't also have to make a significant and unavoidable finding. Subsequent projects will be required to comply with the policies in the general plan that address, that are intended to reduce vehicle miles traveled on a project level, and they'll also be required to implement the mitigation measures that are proposed in the general plan EIR. But having done all that, if they're consistent, with the general plan, then they will be able to tier from the general plan EIR, maybe do an initial study, negative declaration, and proceed. But they won't need to do their own full-blown EIR, so it isn't going to necessarily impede development or create a barrier for subsequent development that the city and the community wants to see.
On the flip side, does it facilitate development? I mean, I think I'm thinking obviously of like a 15183 checklist. So that obviously is a way that it would facilitate development. But if somebody is doing an MND, do they get the benefit of the fact that the city has made this determination?
Yes, I would say it facilitates development that's consistent with the vision of the general plan. So as long, if it's infill development, if it's consistent with the broad overarching objectives, and can demonstrate consistency, then yes, it can take advantage of CEQA streamlining through 15183. It doesn't facilitate the development of, greenfield development that isn't consistent with the general plan, though.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that, the nuance there. Okay.
And Vice Chair Hauser, I did want to highlight and amplify one of the components of our analysis of this issue. I think it's good news in many respects that the county's congestion management agency, CCAG, the City and County Association of Governments, they are the San Mateo County Congestion Management Agency. In the beginning of January 1st of this year, they revised their congestion management program standards. For many years, projects would only have to incorporate transportation demand management or TDM measures if they had 100 peak hour trips or more. That is a pretty high threshold for the types of development that we have seen in recent years in Pacifica. And so many projects were not required to undertake a more robust process for reducing their vehicle trips and vehicle miles traveled. The good news is with this new standard and threshold effective January 1st of this year, that broadens to 100 average daily trips for a variety of land use categories. And so that is likely to include more types of projects being required to undergo those TDM requirements. And so I think we will see a broader range of projects that have favorable components to them and actual implemented measures to reduce vehicle miles traveled.
That's really interesting, and it is great to hear. Is that in some way currently that new policy, is that captured anywhere in the general plan currently?
I'm not sure if the general plan captures it. It's a component of existing law, given that the Congestion Management Agency adopted those regulations. I do believe we referenced them in our EIR response to comments, but I can circle back and confirm that.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, moving on to Chapter 7. I think I'd like to understand kind of what our thought is for ensuring that our resources and streams are taken care of. I know there are a lot of policies to this, but there were multiple questions about this, both on the EIR and at public comment. So I would like to hear kind of what staff's perspective on this is. And then I have some more specific questions in that regard.
Sure. I think, it may take a minute to get to the specific policies here, finding them in the document. But generally, I'll start by saying there, I think, has been a broad community desire for some time to have standards in effect for development review that would require creek protections, for instance, setbacks from top of bank and so forth. The city has not had any such policies in place to date. So it's been left to a project by project basis. And for projects that are exempt from further environmental review, often the city's options to impose such a setback were relatively limited. In a small number of projects that were along creeks in Pacifica, we have imposed as a mitigation measure through the environmental review some type of creek setback, typically around 25 feet as a minimum. That's consistent with best practices recommended by a number of biological experts. Certainly more is always better. Given the small parcels that are commonplace throughout Pacifica, it's not always practical to get to a 50 or 100 foot buffer if the lot's only 100 feet deep. So there has certainly been trade-offs to reflect realities of the existing condition. But the good news is the general plan update that's proposed does have a policy to support city adoption of creek setbacks. And so that is something that I would expect to be part of a follow-on action, either through the comprehensive zoning update or perhaps a separate focused effort related to creek protection policies. I don't immediately have the policy number handy for you, but I'll say the draft general plan does provide clear policy support for those types of creek protections.
I appreciate that, Mr. Murdoch. So drawing, I mean, I think the only other question I'll have on this is drawing the distinction between a creek setback. I mean, so a creek is defined as one thing and riparian area obviously is regulated by CDFW is defined as another. Does the general plan contemplate creek setbacks, or how if I'm building a project on a 2-acre site that has a creek and riparian area on the property, what would the process look like for that development?
So I'd say the general plan as drafted is just that. It's general in its support for such a policy. And so I think to really have maximum effect, you would expect some more specific ordinance or regulation to be adopted by the city with the policy support provided by the general plan. One example is policy CO-G-9, which hopefully I can get a packet page 335. That's the guiding policy. And the way the policies in the general plan update are structured is there are a smaller number of guiding policies that provide some overarching policy priorities. And then there are a number of implementing policies, the CO-I- whatever number in the case of the conservation element, that then provide some more meat on the bone, if you will. And so we would expect at some point to have a more focused ordinance or regulation adopted that has specific requirements, perhaps for lots of a certain size, X setback, for larger sites that have more flexibility in orienting and siting land uses, perhaps it's a greater setback. Until that's adopted, though, I think you may not see the full effect of such a policy.
I want to make sure that it doesn't go. So, we talked about VMT, for example, a minute ago, and how by making this, overriding assessment that we've kind of allowed for other development to kind of be under that umbrella. If we're determining a 25-foot or 100-foot, creek or setback in this document, are we then saying that an applicant does not have to do additional analysis, like hire a biologist and provide biology analysis if they're outside of that setback area? I would imagine, especially in all of the sensitive areas that we have, that we would want that extra and specific analysis.
Yeah, I think it's hard to generalize. I think, the vast majority of projects that the city reviews are either ministerial projects or categorically exempt from further environmental review. So, it really depends on what that more specific implementation policy calls for. It could perhaps trigger further study as part of implementation, or it could do some, front load some amount of analysis of the most common types of concerns from creek side development and impose a minimum setback that has been determined, in all cases to protect the creek resources sufficiently. With that said, that would be most relevant for projects that are subject to ministerial review, which means building permit only, or projects that are categorically exempt from CEQA. For projects that do require further environmental review, My opinion is that that 25 foot or whatever the required setback ends up being is the minimum, right? It's the floor for protecting the resource. And if further environmental analysis as part of that environmental review process identifies potential impacts, the city still has the policy tools through the environmental review process and mitigation measures to implement more restrictive, i.e. larger setbacks, for instance.
Okay. Okay, moving on to chapter 8. And I really sorry. I hope I'm not. I'm getting to that.
Great. I'm checking my duplicate questions off of my list as you continue. So
okay, good. So 2 separate questions on chapter 8. One is we got public comment about not having discussion of debris flow in this general plan. And I noticed that we specifically had a debris flow map shown in the draft. And I'm wondering if, I'm not the expert here, so this may not be appropriate. We have a lot of policies that pertain to landslides. We have a map that says landslides - debris flow. Do we want to, define landslides as including debris flow so that those policies then apply to these kind of more severe land events or slope failures?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. So this issue of geotechnical hazards has been a theme through a number of public comments during the general plan update process and the environmental impact report comment process. We've really tried to engage with the relevant expert agencies to understand more about the data that are available for Pacifica to identify those geotechnical hazards. We've been fortunate to be able to engage with Dr. Eric Frost, who is one of the senior geologists at the California Geologic Survey. And he's a part of the seismic hazards unit. And so he's really the right person, I think, to talk to about the data that are available and the best way to depict it in the general plan. You'll note that as outlined in the staff report, we made a new figure 8-3B, in an attempt to provide more information as requested by the public. We've learned from engaging with Dr. Frost that we should clarify the terminology because a debris flow isn't necessarily a landslide and vice versa. And so, for instance, in figure 8-3B, we should clarify that it's a debris flow inventory and not use the term landslide on that particular figure. In addition, we've learned that for reasons unknown, only the southern half of the city had digitized debris flow information. And so that's reflected in the conspicuous absence of debris flows mapped in figure 8-3B for the northern half of the city. One strategy to address that in the absence of that digitized data is to simply incorporate the non-digitized, standard traditional maps that CGS has for those debris flows. We would be happy to incorporate that. It would be less functional for further future analysis on a GIS or geographic information system basis, but at least it would have the information accurate using the best available data in the general plan. And at some point in the future, when we perhaps have a more comprehensive digitized set of data, we could update the seismic or the safety element to incorporate that and utilize that in our analysis. So we would welcome a recommendation from the commission to update that data. Similarly, in the proposed figure 8-X, we created that figure with the data provided by Dr. Frost from CGS using the GIS data that he provided to us through the public comment process on the EIR. In further conversations with him, he's identified and confirmed that the data don't exactly show what he had intended for them to show. And he's currently working with his team to scrub that data and see if there's a different data set or adjustments to that would only show historic mapped landslides. Currently, it does show historic mapped landslides, but it also shows some other data that aren't strictly historic mapped landslides. And so we would also value a recommendation from the commission to continue our work and try to incorporate an updated revised 8-X figure prior to City Council if we're able to complete that work with Dr. Frost and his team. So those are two really key points, I think, from staff's perspective to respond to public comments on the adequacy of our landslide information. We are really doing our best to obtain that expert information from the appropriate sources, and we think that's the California Geologic Survey.
That's incredibly helpful, and I think those are some really great opportunities that you've presented us. So I'm looking forward to talking about that during deliberation. In that same chapter, we have a fire severity map, and it's notable to me that we got a lot of comments on this, and so I was wondering if staff could also maybe clarify this. And I noticed that someone from fire is here, and I wanted to get a sense of their opinion on safety and how these things kind of all weave together.
Sure, I'll start, and then Deputy Chief Johnson can jump in and supplement as appropriate. So in the safety element, we've included the state-adopted maps of very high fire hazard severity zones. I think technically it's a high fire hazard severity zone map, but the very high fire hazard severity zones are the most concerning for purposes of identifying potential fire risk. It's the staff's opinion and position that it is appropriate to use the officially adopted maps. They do conspicuously show an absence of very high fire hazard severity zones in the city limits of Pacifica, but that is a legally correct interpretation and presentation of the information. Those maps and the high fire hazard severity zones and the very high zones are reflective of a particular set of state regulations and state law. And to utilize a map other than the officially adopted map for purposes of application of those policies would be inappropriate in staff's opinion. With that said, we recognize that potential wildland or wildfire risk does not stop at the political jurisdiction, city limits, and it's a much more complicated assessment than that. And where our current thinking is for starters, the general plan has policies to ensure analysis of potential fire risk pursuant to development review. And development review also includes an opportunity primarily through the CEQA process and assessing wildland fire hazards to trigger more site-specific or area-specific fire hazard assessment as part of a development project. And so, and then the third component of that is in cases, subject to the discretion of the building official, it is possible also to trigger Chapter 7B Building Code wildland urban interface construction standards, where a wildland urban interface fire hazard has been identified through the building permit review process. So, irrespective of the maps in the general plan, there are policies in the general plan and an existing law that provide protections and standards for construction in wildland fire hazard areas. With that, I want to provide an opportunity to Deputy Chief Johnson to articulate, where Pacifica is, on the wildfire hazard spectrum and, what's relevant in his opinion from a fire service standpoint.
Thanks. Well, I think you've covered the map portion, and I think there are going to be some updates to those maps in the near future that we may have to reference again. But so Pacifica typically does not have the wildfire history that some other areas have with these same designations because of they don't have long sustained periods of dry, hot weather with winds, and there's a higher relative humidity on a regular basis in the area. So not to say that, as we know in recent examples, not to say that under the right conditions that there is a threat, but to speak specifically about development, I think Christian touched on, is that you have to take each one of those projects in the area and how close they are to the zones, and then what fire protection features you may require for that type of development. Hope that helps a little bit.
That does help. And one of the nuances that what I'm hearing from, especially what Mr. Murdoch has said, is we're relying on these maps that have been adopted by a state agency. And so, these maps are updated from time to time. Do we know if there are any updates forthcoming that would potentially provide more detail?
We do. And so for a couple of years now, at least, we've expected that the State Department of Forestry, with assistance from CAL FIRE, was going to issue updated very high fire hazard severity zone maps. That has been delayed, I can't say all of the reasons, but I'm sure the COVID pandemic has had an impact on their ability, as well as the very intensive fire seasons that have occurred in California the last few years. But the latest information we have in my conversations with CAL FIRE staff involved in mapping and safety element reviews is they expect within the next year to release updated draft maps of these fire hazard severity zone areas. And it's my opinion and my professional recommendation that an appropriate time to consider those maps is when they're released, when there's a public comment opportunity on those maps. And then when the final maps are adopted, likely we would want to initiate a safety element update to revisit those maps, identify what the new maps show, what the implications are in terms of our safety element policies, our land use policies, and other policies, and then make the assessment at that time what changes and updates to the general plan are needed. And that would align with reliance on the best available technical information, and it would identify where those areas are. Presumably, there may be some mapped within the city limits of Pacifica at that time, and we would be able to take the appropriate policy response at that point in time as well.
Thank you. Okay, I have kind of a cultural / historic question based on 2 comments that we received on Monday. The first was there was a comment about the golf course and the clubhouse as historic resources. And there was a note that staff had since the publication of this noted that the clubhouse was also historic. It sounded from the caller's perspective like this was just an easy language tweak, and so I would love staff to weigh in on that. And I'll just add to my question. There was also a note about significant cultural and potentially paleontological resources in the quarry area. And I wonder, I mean, the general plan is obviously general. So I'd like staff to potentially address where the appropriate place, I don't know the full history of that, but where the appropriate place to address that would be.
Sure. Ms. Moore, did you want me to display the map of historic and cultural resources that you prepared?
Yeah, sure. That would be great.
Okay. And apologize, it's a combined slide. It's got 2 figures on it, but please look at the right side of the screen for the map of historic and cultural resources contained in the draft general plan.
So the entirety, well, when Christian gets the map going, but the entirety of the golf course is shown as a local landmark now per the commenter's suggestion. I think that he desires additional clarification just in terms of a text addition that the clubhouse is included on there, but that has been incorporated.
So if on this leader that says Sharp Park Golf Course, you corrected that to say, and corrected is maybe that's a presumptuous word. If you updated that to say Sharp Park Golf Course and Clubhouse, is that something that is easy and okay?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, and then the question about the quarry area as well would be, I'd appreciate some insight into that.
Sure. We did not receive any comments from the Native American Heritage Commission with respect to cultural resources in the Pacifica or Rockaway Quarry area. I don't want to get into too much detail about a specific project, but with respect to the quarry reclamation plan draft EIR process, we are aware of at least 2 known cultural or tribal cultural resources sites in the vicinity of the Pacifica Quarry. And so, at a project level, once potential development and potential impacts of that development are known, it's certainly appropriate to consider what cultural or tribal cultural resources impacts there might be. At a programmatic level, for this general plan update and the EIR that was prepared, we did not identify any potential impacts to cultural, tribal cultural resources at the quarry from the proposals in the plan.
Well, and maybe you're absolutely right, Mr. Murdoch. I asked that question specifically, but it wasn't my intent to do so. The question or the commenter was talking specifically about it, but I'd like to have a better sense of how Pacifica and agencies in general deal with found cultural resources or work in areas that are sensitive. And if that's covered somewhere in our general plan, you know, if a cultural resource or a paleontological resource is encountered, I assume there's a mitigation for that. And I believe I saw one in the EIR.
Ms. Moore, did you want to address that one?
If there are several policies that deal with when cultural or tribal resources are discovered, I'm trying to find the packet page where discussion of those policies is shown. Just give me 1 second.
And while she's doing that, Vice Chair Hauser, I'll just give an anecdote of a development project that has been undertaken in Pacifica that did have potential cultural and tribal cultural resource impacts. And so it was located in an area of known past habitation by Native American tribe, and as well as more recent European settlement as well. And so as part of that analysis through the environmental review process for that project, we did a very focused study, including ground penetrating radar and excavation of pits in key locations to further assess those underground features that were identified with the ground penetrating radar. And ultimately the conclusion was the project, given its design and the placement of the developed features, would not have an impact to those subterranean features. Nevertheless, mitigation measures were included in the project such that if cultural or tribal cultural resources were encountered, work would stop and an appropriate archaeological or Native American tribal representative would be contacted to determine the significance of those resources and to take further steps as required by law to treat them with the appropriate legal requirements and dignity for those resources.
So I have it now. It's packet page 355, Conservation Implementing Policies 68 and 70, I think directly apply to your question. Those are resource impact mitigation in Native American sites.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Okay, last question. I can't believe we're here. So there were several commenters during community input on Monday that spoke to affordable housing and the level of detail on affordable housing. My personal understanding is that the general plan, again, generally prescribes that there'll be affordable housing, but that our zoning ordinance and state law are the two kind of governing documents on how that's actually implemented and what types of affordability groups should be catered to. With that being said, because the question was asked by multiple folks, I would love for staff to either, I'd love for staff to weigh in and just provide a little bit of insight into that.
Sure, I'd be happy to start. So I think there's sort of two sets of issues in my mind, at least initially. So the city has an adopted below market rate inclusionary zoning ordinance. And that zoning ordinance says for projects of 8 or more units, the city shall require that the developer provide at least 15% of those units at purchase prices or rents that are affordable to people at below or at moderate and low or lower income levels. And then there are further provisions for certain standards of the units and the specific income levels. Generally speaking, at least 50% available to low or lower income, and the other 50% can be for moderate or lower income. Those are defined income levels in state law, and they're applied through income level information provided by the County of San Mateo. So there's a whole set of regulations and processes related to those. Those are triggered by specific development projects initiated by the property owners, and 15% is required, and that's a pretty typical amount of inclusionary housing. Some communities require less, and in rare cases, some can require more. It is not a position the city's in pretty much any case to require a development to be 100% affordable housing, with some exceptions. So really, I think the gist of what some of the public comments was wanting to ensure that housing was constructed through the general plan at greater proportions of affordability, 100% affordable in some cases, And that's a very noble policy proposition. And there are policies in the general plan that will advance that effort. And what I mean by that is including densities that an affordable housing developer could actually construct and make a project work from a financial standpoint. Lower density projects are harder in most cases for affordable housing developers to construct and to make work from a financial standpoint. Densities, 30 or more units are commonly required to enable construction of 100% affordable, or at least much larger or higher proportions of affordable housing. And so this general plan does include such densities, in some cases up to 50 units per acre for qualifying sites. And that's before application of a density bonus, for instance, for qualifying affordable housing projects. And so while this general plan cannot require the construction of those types of 100% affordable housing projects, provides a better set of policy provisions to advance that issue such that an affordable housing developer could undertake such a project in Pacifica.
Thank you. And thank you everybody for all of the really helpful answers. I know that was a lot of questions, but I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. Does anyone else have clarifying questions for staff? Commissioner Domerat.
First of all, I really want to thank Commissioner Hauser for all those detailed questions and the great responses from staff. It just makes me feel even more comfortable that we're at that 80 to 90% solution and that we have the right kind of template to get fixes to these things as we go forward, because the staff did give great answers of either how we can fix things as we go forward or how it was developed. In looking at and I want to comment also, I guess it was the chair who on Monday night said that we actually do look at all of the emails and all of the input that gets sent to us. And I kind of did a little bit of mental statistics, and it seemed even for the presentations Monday night that there was a lot of discussion on an individual parcel located in San Pedro and in terms of its designation. So I would like to see if we can discuss some options, maybe specific to that parcel, that either can delay any kind of changes there for 3 months out. Is there an option to pull that out of this report, make it special so that we're not holding up the rest of the report's approval, because of that one individual parcel? Now, there was a lot of comments on it, so there's a lot of people that are interested in that. And it could have significant delay to report if we try to address everything over the next few weeks. So I guess question for staff, what kind of options do we have to address that specific area that would then allow us to go forward with the current template and add those changes or whatever the public want? I remember over the last 20, 30 years in Pacifica, when there was a request to designate some usage for a lot, if it was very controversial, it would go to the public for a vote of the public as to what the public actually would like to have. And that was certainly the case for Maury Point and even the quarry and other things. So, can staff discuss what we can do to help us move forward and yet still address this parcel?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner Domerat. And your recollection aligns with mine that a lot of the public comments we've received in written form, as well as verbal public comments related to what's known as the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site in the draft general plan. I will start by saying the draft general plan reflects the land use designation that the City Council identified for that site in the local coastal land use plan update that the City Council approved in February of 2020. And so the City Council has already spent a significant amount of time deliberating on what was appropriate for this particular site and reached a conclusion that the coastal residential mixed-use designation with a site-specific policy lowering the density to a range of 3 to 5 units and requiring a variety of other technical analyses to address hazards and potential sensitive resources was the appropriate policy proposal for that particular site. That said, certainly it's within the commission's discretion to recommend something different. Should the council adopt something different, it would trigger a further amendment to the local coastal program that was submitted to the Coastal Commission that we've been working on for the last 2 years. And so in preparing this draft general plan, staff mirrored all of the contents of the approved local coastal land use plan that the city council approved in February 2020 and incorporated those in the draft general plan as presented. As far as options to delay some action on that particular side or others, I think I would have concerns from a staff perspective. The draft general plan and the commission's recommendation and the project that's being proposed really needs to be firm and finalized. And so to suggest that there's some moving part or some unresolved component of the general plan causes me concerns for concluding this process, as well as potentially for the environmental review of the project. If you're saying the project isn't really the project and we don't know what it's ultimately going to be, but we're approving it. So I think, as hard as it is to consider, the commission needs to get to a place of recommending some final policy recommendation, some final land use recommendation for that site. And I would recommend that it align with what the city council has already decided that should be. But ultimately, it's the commission's discretion to recommend this general plan to the city council and the components of that general plan, which include the policies applicable to the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll deliberate more about that. Another question that I led into in my earlier remarks deal with section 1.8 of plan administration, and it talks about that the plan may be amended from time to time. It talks about the annual report that will be done. And I guess I'd like to request, would there be any options, at least in the first year of implementing this template, whether we can formalize maybe quarterly a process that would allow the residents of Pacifica to give us feedback. So I would say that if this gets implemented at the first of the fiscal year, the state fiscal year, in July, that maybe October, we can solicit a formal type of comments from the public as to what they've seen in the last 3 months and what changes they would like to see. And that possibly changes to maybe twice a year or once a year as we go forward and address a lot more the public concerns. Kind of does a couple things. One, it will be perceived by the public that they have a formal process that will help make changes to the template as we go forward. Kind of in a request that, well, why don't we just delay for another 6 months to get a template? This way we approve the template, we approve the baseline of what we want to work with, and then we go forward making modifications to that into the future. Any comments by staff on whether we can formalize something like that, or would that be just a decision by the commissioners?
Sure. So I want to respond with 2 sets of information. So the first is clarifying what the existing process is for periodically revisiting the general plan. And then secondly, explaining what the community and the commission can expect in the months that follow adoption of this general plan. So the first part of the response is, as you mentioned, Commissioner Domerat, in the plan administration component, section 1.8 on packet page 164, there is a requirement already in state law for the city to present an annual report on the progress of implementation of the general plan to the city council. That includes the housing element as well. And that report needs to be provided to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development by April 1st of each year. The process for that is that at a city council meeting, there is a report that staff prepares. It goes to the city council, and there's an opportunity for public comment on that report. So already there is a built-in process each year for the community to provide its input on implementation of the general plan, what's working well, what's not working well, and for the city council to directly hear that and to consider, hey, do we think as a body that any changes to the general plan are warranted? So that will already happen, and it's a process that will happen, less than a year after adoption of this general plan, given the timeline. The city can certainly schedule it earlier, and I would advise that perhaps we do, to advance the points that you made, that we need to update this plan perhaps more often than less often, as has been the case in the past. And so if we were to take that report to the city council, for example, in February, hear from the community, hear what's working well, or if there are things that are not working well, then the city council has that information as part of the annual goal setting process, which occurs in March of each year. And that's where the city council is weighing all of the demands for city staff time, for city resources, for planning, for programs, et cetera. And the city council can say, you know what, we've heard concerning information about the general plan, and we think we need to study and potentially amend the general plan. That's component one. Component two is, what can the community and the commission expect in the months that follow adoption of this general plan? The first part of that is you can expect a comprehensive zoning update, which will effectuate the variety of policies in this general plan update that are not fully addressed or able to be implemented with the city's current zoning. And so we will have a series of meetings with the Planning Commission and the community, with community input on how do we implement this general plan. And so while it's technically a discussion of the zoning, it is a discussion of the general plan and what is good or what's bad about the general plan. But ultimately, how do we implement what was adopted in the general plan update? And so there will be robust discussions about that interface between the general plan and the zoning. And then the second component of that is the housing element update that will be running in parallel. And so that's the update of a single element of the general plan that Vice Chair Hauser brought up early in her comments. That will take place over the 6 to 7 months that follow adoption of this general plan, assuming that that's accomplished in July. And so that will be another opportunity to talk about how do we accomplish our regional housing needs allocation, and can we do that within the framework established by this general plan update.
So is there a vehicle for the commissioners to be able to call, let's say in October, maybe a portion of one of our commission meetings to solicit input from the public as to how they feel the general plan is going, or the Sharp Park specific plan? That can be part of the feedback that you would have to build for a report for the city council. Is that doable from our perspective?
I think it's certainly possible. We would need to figure out where that fits, from the city council's perspective as far as the planning commission's work plan. Certainly the city council directed this general plan update and has identified its conclusion in this fiscal year as being important. They've not yet identified whether ongoing general plan work in the near term is a city council priority, except to the extent that we need to update the housing element of the general plan. As I mentioned, there's likely to be an opportunity within the next year or so to also come back and revisit the safety element in conjunction with the housing element update, but also as part of the new fire maps being released by the state. So I think there's already ample opportunity that's likely to occur where we're going to be having these discussions as a body with the Planning Commission and the community.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Chair.
Commissioner Wright. And thank you, Commissioner Damara. Commissioner Wright, you're still on mute. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I had a couple more general questions. It seems like there was a significant amount of community concern about a sense of rushing this through. I was under a different impression from the information I gathered, and there seems to be some conflict to that. I was wondering if Mr. Murdoch could speak to what that process was in a more general sense, so that there's more of an understanding from a neophyte such as myself to understand how we got here and how we got that much community concern, and if he had any suggestions about how we could better handle that both in the future so that perhaps we address that in a different way to engage those citizens in a more positive, supportive role, and that we can utilize all those community assets and the similar feelings of love for our community to serve the community in general better.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I think we need to contemplate this general plan update, in the proper context. I think someone becoming involved, in 2020 or 2021 or even 2022 might think this has come out of nowhere and the city's just rushing to an adoption of this plan. I think nothing could be further from the truth from my perspective. This general plan update process started, with robust community engagement in the 2008-2009 timeframe. There have been numerous community meetings, in person, online, digital engagement, in very concerted periods of work from that 2008-2009 initiation to the 2012 through 2014, 2015 timeframe, with discussions at the Planning Commission and City Council. And then again, with very concerted work beginning again in 2019, 2020, and through present, with the addition of the Sharp Park specific plan, with the focused work to get City Council approval of the local coastal land use plan. And then here we are, with the public comment period starting in January through this public hearing and those to come on the final adoption phase. And so we're really at that, skinny tail end of this process, which is the part where we need to actually have the adoption hearings. But this isn't intended to be the full amount of public engagement on the process. There has been significant and robust public engagement with hundreds, if not thousands, of residents being engaged, providing input, that input being considered, the plans being revised to reflect that input, measuring that against the policy guidance from the City Council that have culminated in this document that's before you today. And we're really at the tail end. And that's, I think, what's important to remember. This is the required and natural conclusion of a very long, very involved community process.
Thank you. I also had some concerns about protecting people's rights for generating solar power on their roofs. And I see a potential conflict between neighboring trees or the planting of neighboring trees that may affect their ability to go ahead and start to address some of our climate change issues through being able to provide solar panels. Do you have any thoughts about how we may better shape this plan to include making sure that people have the ability to generate their own power?
Sure, I do. Let me reference a component that's in the staff report. So, at an appropriate time, Chair Berman, there are some policy proposals or questions for the Planning Commission to weigh in on that are in the staff report for this item as well. I'm just going to draw the Commission's attention to one of them. One of the potential policy options for the Commission to consider relates to policy CO-I-39 related to update to the city's heritage tree ordinance. The city is already underway with discussion and consideration of a heritage tree ordinance update. With that said, this general plan is coming through the adoption phase, with a policy that had supported that, as it was drafted previously. And so in response to public comments requesting the city to consider a canopy goal as part of that heritage tree ordinance update process, we've recommended that the Commission consider adding that as a consideration in the ordinance update process. I think to your point about solar power, that's yet another very important public policy consideration when it comes to the city's ordinance and policy towards the urban forest, right? The trees that exist in our community. It gets down to a very small site scale, right? In every tree planting in every home and the orientation of those homes is different. But I think from a general sense, recognizing the importance of solar access and the benefits that has to reducing greenhouse gases and generating renewable energy is a very commendable public policy consideration. And so when the Commission gets to consideration of this policy, it might also want to determine whether adding an additional component of solar access for renewable energy might be in addition to this policy, for instance.
If I may, Commissioner, on packet page 349, there are two policies that relate to solar orientation and encouraging solar power generation. Those are COI 56 and COI 57. And COI 57, I'll just read it, promote use of passive and active solar devices such as solar collectors, solar cells, and solar heating systems in buildings and parking areas by incentive programs and streamlining review.
Thank you for that. Another concern that I have is a lack of field space for kids to play as our community continues to grow. And I get concerned about making sure that we have enough space for our young people. I personally have been very active in soccer, so I'm probably a little bit more sensitive to this stuff than others. And one of my concerns has to do with just the number of hours of daylight that there are in the day besides the lack of fields. And I was wondering if staff had any opinions about why it is Terra Nova is the only place that seems to have functional lights to try to extend those daylight hours. And is there anything that we could consider in the future to try to extend those hours to offer field space in general to larger parts of the communities?
Sure. Well, I think the first part of your question about Terra Nova High School, for instance, that is a school district facility, and they have determined, for their purposes, to have that type of illumination at their facility. The city, could undertake such a project, and if you wanted to perhaps conceive of, illumination as part of some enhanced community facilities or park facilities policy, that is something that could be considered. We didn't evaluate that type of proposal in the EIR for the project. And so, we'd have to give some further thought to whether there would be any concerns with adding such a policy at this point in time. But I would say more typically, we would evaluate that on a facility by facility basis as part of a specific project generated by the city council or initiated by the council. And that would be, as part of the capital improvement program where you might more commonly see that.
Okay, thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Godwin.
Hi, I just have a couple of questions, given that Commissioner Hauser's questions were so thorough and all-encompassing, and the answers were pretty fantastic too. My first question is on the circulation element. The Caltrans is studying changing the intersections from Half Moon Bay up to Daly City, and that includes a couple in the city of Pacifica. In fact, I think one of them is going to come up before us at the next regular Planning Commission meeting. Have those studies and the impact of what Caltrans has gotten approved on a federal, state, and county level been included in the plans, in this general plan update? I guess this is for Christian.
Yeah, Ms. Moore, do you recall if we've acknowledged those Caltrans improvements? Maybe you can take a moment. Commissioner Godwin, I think you're referring to the Caltrans variable message sign project that proposes to include some signage along the coastline in various locations, including in the city of Pacifica, to include traffic and hazard related information for...
Well, I think even more importantly, they're connecting at least the Oceana and the Rena Del Mar intersections to the state control center, so they can dynamically control the lights. So if the lines get longer there, they will extend the period of, say, north-south movement of traffic through that on Highway 1, so the traffic delays will be minimized. Along with the signs.
Yeah, I'm not fully familiar with all the components of that project. I'll have to admit that. City Engineer, Deputy Director Bautista, do you have any additional knowledge of that project?
So yes, Commissioner Godwin. So there is some talk about having those signals tie into the traffic center at headquarters or District 4 headquarters, so that they would be able to control the signals manually. So there is talk about that. I don't know if it currently is happening or has happened, but what I do know is that Caltrans has implemented lead pedestrian intervals along the Highway 1 corridor at our intersections here in the city, so that pedestrians can safely cross Highway 1 by providing them a longer time to walk across the highway. But I would need to get an update from Caltrans regarding if they've already connected to those intersections.
Thank you. I guess the next question I have is it seems like a lot of diagrams, charts, and figures, including tables in our document, get out of date, or there are updates too. I have recommended to staff and offered to work with staff to put in dynamic hyperlinks into the plan, so we can always keep, once we identify a source document, we can always have the most current figure in the plan, and I think that's something that's potentially helpful. Also, I think in general, it'd be good if we put this plan into a document management system that residents could check out a portion of the plan, either an entire topic or even a small amount, and build a candidate update to it. So when we do the annual review, in addition to staff work, there's an opportunity for the residents of Pacifica who are interested to contribute to improving the plan, have it come back to the commission, review it, and see if we want to go with the initial plan or we recommend the improvements. And finally, I'd like to ask a question about the affordable housing and the RV ordinance we approved last time. Is that included in the plan now that it's largely done? I guess this one's also for Christian.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Godwin. We certainly would value any technical assistance you can provide to making this document more accessible and understandable to the community. And so we would value an opportunity to talk further about what technical assistance you could give to staff or show us how to incorporate those kinds of changes in the future. As far as the process for identifying potential changes to the plan, as I articulated for Commissioner Domerat, there is the annual review process at the City Council where the community can provide their input about changes to the plan or policies that they think are relevant, or that some parts of the plan may not be fully meeting the community's needs at some future point in time. As to the oversized vehicle ordinance, the coastal development permits that the commission reviewed and took action on in, I think, mid-May, May 16th, perhaps. Those are not reflected, to my knowledge, in the general plan update as a program or a policy for the city. And just as a reminder, the safe parking program is a temporary program of up to 3 years. And so it's not necessarily a long-term policy for the city.
Understand. That's what I wanted to ask at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Godwin. Now I have a few questions. Most of my overarching and general questions actually were already asked, which is great. But I do have a few more specific ones that I'll go ahead and ask now. And actually, before I get into this, Acting Planning Director Murdoch, thank you for giving me a heads up that staff has some recommended changes to offer to a few policies. I think we handle those directly after we're done with questions. So probably when I'm done with my questions. Okay. So my first, I guess this is a general question. So I was on the commission when the commission and council reviewed the local coastal land use plan. And I know that we're in the process of getting that certified by the Coastal Commission right now. What relationship does the general plan and the local coastal land use plan have with respect to if our deliberation tonight wants to recommend any land use changes that appear in the LCLUP?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Chair Berman. So as I described earlier, the City Council approved a local coastal land use plan, including a land use map in February of 2020. And we've prepared this draft general plan for the general plan update to be reflective of those land use designations in that plan. And subsequent to the City Council's action in February 2020, we've sent that city approved plan to the Coastal Commission to undergo the required certification process. It's a very involved administrative process to even get to a discussion of the substance of the plan. And so any changes that the commission might propose in the general plan, if ultimately adopted by the City Council, those changes, if they're located in the coastal zone, would necessarily need to be reflected in a new application to the Coastal Commission or an amended application if the process allowed for it with the Coastal Commission to reflect a different LCLUP than that approved by the Council in February of 2020. There is a way to, and a mechanism to achieve that, but those changes would likely have the effect of further delaying the city's certification process. And so that would be a consequence of looking to change land use plan components in the coastal zone at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. How would that impact our housing element expected in January?
So my opinion is that it wouldn't have a direct impact. This particular action by the commission, if approved by the City Council to change something in the coastal zone, we are already on a timeline, frankly, with the Coastal Commission, where I don't anticipate having certification of our local coastal land use plan update by January of 2023, which is when the city is required to update its housing element. And so we're in a position where in our housing element update, we'll need to identify Coastal Commission certification as a constraint on housing related policies for the city. And so we will do our best to plan for where suitable sites are located within the framework of the LCLUP, but we won't be able to exercise those policies and those land use designations in the coastal zone until the Coastal Commission certifies that document. With respect to areas outside of the coastal zone, the general plan update will provide a new set of tools and land use designations to identify sites for the city's regional housing needs allocation.
Are we able to adopt and implement this general plan if the LCLUP is not certified by the Coastal Commission?
I would say a simple answer is yes. The more complicated answer is that we cannot implement new policies in the general plan update in the coastal zone that are inconsistent with the city's currently certified local coastal program. And there is a policy in this general plan, if adopted, that provides the policy to harmonize situations where there may be an inconsistency between a general plan policy and a local coastal program policy, indicating that the local coastal program policy will prevail in the event of that conflict. So we are in a situation that many communities in the coastal zone are in, which is that the city wants to update a general plan, but there's a long lead time with the Coastal Commission to update and certify the local coastal program. So our suggested approach to that is to have that policy allow the city to harmonize any conflicts if and when they arise, and then to continue to work towards certification of document that mirrors one and the same policy in the coastal zone so that those conflicts are no longer present.
Sounds challenging for you.
It is. It's a challenge, and we'd rather not be there. We've had a 2-year head start with the Coastal Commission certification process, and it's frustrating that we are not farther along with that process. Staff's opinion is we should have a certified document already. We don't, and so we have to go to Plan B, which is, rectifying and resolving conflicts if and when they arise upon adoption of a new general plan. I think the alternative is less palatable from the staff's perspective, which is to allow the Coastal Commission to dictate the city's non-coastal zone land use planning and other general plan policy update process, and just simply defer until certification of the local coastal land use plan. And it would hold all of the other areas of the city outside the coastal zone hostage in effect to that process. I'm not aware the city council has been willing to abdicate its authority for areas outside the coastal zone. So we are looking to update the general plan at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Quick question before I proceed. Is there any feedback if I leave my mic off mute when staff speaks? Okay, thank you. So my next question is regarding land use. And given that our original general plan, or the general plan that this commission has been referencing for the past several years is at least 40 years old, there have been many land use changes for individual development projects since the adoption of the 1980 general plan. What process did staff go through while creating the land use maps for this general plan that we're considering today? What process did staff go through to make sure that those recent developments that change their land use are adopted into, or grandfathered in, however you want to consider it, into these updated land use figures?
Sure. So I'm not able to speak to the process that went into the generation of the 2014 draft general plan. What I can speak to is the steps that I've taken with Ms. Moore and our consultant team to go through and make a variety of land use plan changes from the 2014 draft to this current draft being considered by the commission. We did make a diligent effort to go through and look at recent land use plan or general plan amendments, approved by the city council in recent years. For instance, we looked at projects at Carmel. There's a project known as 195 Carmel, which needed to reflect a mixed use designation that was approved by the city for that project to reflect the approved project. Another project on Salada Avenue, where the city council changed the general plan land use designation in 2019, I believe. And so we did make a diligent effort to try to capture those. As reflected in the staff report, we didn't make all of the corrections right. For instance, there are some properties at Adobe and Lindemar, or on Rosita rather, where we're proposing additional land use map changes. And it's possible there are other instances where we didn't catch it, and we'd be happy to look at any particular site that the commission may have identified as a curiosity. I will say, just as a matter of policy, that prior city council action to approve a general plan amendment is not binding. This is a general plan update, and the city could determine a different land use is appropriate in the future. And so it's not directive of what should be included in this general plan, but there should be a policy reason if there is a difference. Why are we proposing a different land use at this time?
Okay. I'll likely bring this topic up when we start discussing comments and deliberation. But one more question related to it. Is it within staff's ability to do, I guess, a comprehensive review of coastal development permits within the last 20 years. I mean, I know it sounds like a lot. So just tell me if it's feasible or not, but we don't look at too many CDPs per year, at least as a commission. Is it possible for staff before, if we provide a recommendation to City Council for the general plan, can staff run an analysis and just pull the files out for previous general plan amendments and kind of back check them with this general plan? My specific concern is land use, and I'm worried. We do have some active members in the community where they keep track of their property's land use, such as the property that's in the staff report for this meeting. But I know there's members of the community that are not aware of these documents, and they don't keep track of how their property, the use of their property, or even the zoning. And I worry that it's going to be a burden for them when they know 5 years ago they, processed a general plan amendment, and then on this next year they want to do one more change, and all of a sudden they're back where they started. They have to spend a lot of time and money to amend. So, sorry, long story short, is it in staff's ability to do like a comb through?
It is. Going back beyond 5 years, let's say, as a point of reference, is challenging. The digital records that are available and the other record keeping, it doesn't make such an analysis simple. What we did do is really go back through like that 5 to 8 year timeline and looking at general plan amendments that were approved by the city since the 2014 draft. And did trigger a number of those changes that I described, and there were others as well. With that said, I can't commit the city council to a particular course of action, obviously, but I think, a property owner that wants to change the general plan from what it's intended to be today to some other designation has the burden to carry, right, in making that case and filing the application. I would say, it would be reasonable for someone to come forth in the future following adoption of this plan and say, hey, you adopted this land use plan in error. Why did you do that? And for the city to consider, initiating a city-initiated change at that time as cleanup, if you will. Just practically speaking, I think it's a little bit difficult to consider going through and doing a 20-year horizon type of research, having that catch up, and potentially being a condition or a set of changes proposed by the commission without the commission ever having reviewed it and actually formally recommended that to the city council. So I feel a little uncomfortable from a procedural standpoint, being able to do that now. But with that said, we did make a diligent effort for more recent general plan amendments and believe we've incorporated them in the document that's before you.
Okay, I do appreciate that staff is recognizing if any mistakes are found, inadvertent land use changes that, property owners' property is all of a sudden designated as public when it's really not. I appreciate that staff would be willing to make a staff initiated change in the future. Okay, so still in the land use chapter, for visitor serving commercial, there's mention of lower cost overnight accommodations. I'm wondering, what's the intent for that? Is it specific to motel, hostel? Are we looking at homeless shelters? Can staff elaborate?
Sure. So this concept of lower cost visitor serving accommodations is a concept embodied in the Coastal Act. And it's a policy issue that's very important to the Coastal Commission. And they work very hard to ensure that local coastal programs include policies that support those kinds of land uses. And as your question suggests, lower cost visitor serving accommodations can take a variety of forms. It can be motels, it can be campsites, it can be RV parks. I don't think a homeless shelter would be a visitor serving, low-cost visitor serving accommodation. That's a different type of land use, and those people aren't visiting, they're receiving some different type of service in that type of land use. But there are a range of low-cost visitor serving accommodations that this general plan and its corresponding policies in the local coastal land use plan would support. The concern, to maybe put it in different words, the concern is the Coastal Act, and by extension, the Coastal Commission's work on this issue. It doesn't want Ritz-Carltons and 5-star hotels up and down the coast to make it cost prohibitive for Californians of all income levels to be able to come and access and enjoy the coastal resources that they have a right to access under the Coastal Act. And so that's really what that policy is looking to address.
Okay, thank you. I understand and I appreciate that. Similar question for rustic lodging that's mentioned on packet page 208. For low intensity visitor serving commercial. Is that kind of the same intent as, is rustic lodging like campsites?
I think it could take a number of forms. It could be campsites, it could be, yurts, it could be, small cabin facilities that have limited services and therefore limited impacts on resources, for example, limited infrastructure required. One of the concepts in this low intensity visitor serving commercial land use is that the footprint is minimal and therefore the uses on the site are adaptable to evolving conditions, for instance, coastal erosion. And so it's trying to recognize the hazard situation and the likely physical evolution of these sites over time due to forces beyond any single property owner's control, right? But also giving those owners, reasonable economic use of their property, reflective of the various challenges and the need to be adaptable over the long term.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the circulation chapter, chapter 5. There's mention throughout the general plan about a potential overcrossing at Reina del Mar. And I know that relates to potential future development. However, the maps, it's the land use maps, I guess, they don't on them. So let me find the map. So figure 4-7, where we do have a dashed circle for proposed overcrossing, but it's not located at Reina del Mar. And granted, that could be potential overcrossing. Is there a reason why staff didn't see it beneficial to show that as a potential overcrossing?
I'm not aware of any intentional omission of that. Ms. Moore, do you have any thoughts or experience with that particular issue?
No, it would not have been intentional. Let me just look. Oops. We can add that in errata.
Okay, thank you. And I recognize that there isn't currently a symbol for potential overcrossing, and that may be why it's not currently shown, because it's not necessarily proposed. But I think it would be beneficial to have it called out as potential overcrossing. But but I'll pick that up when we talk about comments. My next question, again, in the circulation chapter, table 5-8, listing the signal warrant analysis. I appreciate that most of the intersections that were confirmed to have a warrant for at least further signal study have policies, but I noticed the Paloma Avenue and Francisco Boulevard intersection doesn't have an implementation policy, yet it does meet the afternoon peak hour warrant. Is there a reason why there's no policy for that intersection?
It's my understanding that the intersection has to meet both the AM and PM and have a policy related to that. So that would be why there wouldn't be an implementing policy attached to that currently.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perhaps Deputy Director Bautista, do you mind weighing in? Is it typical that in order for an intersection to have a policy, it needs to meet both the AM and the PM warrant?
Yes, and I agree with Ms. Moore that both AM and PM warrants should be met in order to have that policy implemented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So next, I'd like to ask a few questions about figure 5-4. I have quite a few questions, and I know they may be a little focused, but I am very passionate about our bike and pedestrian and trail system. So I really, really would appreciate some clarification on some of these items. So Class 1 facility, from my understanding, is effectively like a mixed use path. Pedestrians and cyclists can use it. The distinction between the Class 1 line type and some of the trails line type, they seem, I mean, I guess my question is, what is the purpose of identifying the trails line type, the brown line type, if it can't be categorized as any of the other classes? Given that, I mean, are the trails that are identified in this figure, is it intended to be pedestrian only, which I would understand?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right. That's right, Chair Berman. You'll see that most of the trails are in, particularly areas of very significant elevation, so would not be appropriate for bicycles. So that's where the distinction lies in terms of the trails versus Class 1.
Okay. And that's kind of what I was thinking. Now, I am not a mountain biker, but I do run quite a few trails in Pacifica. I know particularly the trail off of Higgins, many mountain bikers use that. So when we get to the comment portion, I will likely bring this up again to potentially classify that trail differently. Okay, another clarification question on this figure. I noticed that the restrooms that are along the coast are identified as changing rooms with water. Is that the right correlation, that the changing rooms with water are effectively the restrooms that are along our trails?
That's my understanding, given the mapped locations here. Perhaps the terminology is a little bit clunky, but I'm not sure if the intent is to just clarify, it's a restroom, that might be something that we could add.
I think that might be beneficial because it is useful to know where you can access a restroom when you're biking or running along the trails. I think there may also be one missing, but again, I could pick that up when we talk about comments. The other items on this figure are comments, so I will hold those. Okay, so my next question is regarding, still in the circulation chapter, regarding policy CII38, which references the park and ride on Lindemar Boulevard, which I know Samtran currently uses. I noticed that the land use designation proposed for that property is mixed use neighborhood. And I'm wondering if there's been any discussions with Samtrans. I'm assuming that they own that property, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Have there been any discussions with Samtrans on designating that property as mixed use neighborhood?
Just allow me a moment to confirm the ownership.
Sure, thank you.
My recollection was it wasn't a parcel and it was part of the right-of-way, and that appears to be the case, at least according to the county assessor parcel information. I'm not aware of any recent discussions with Caltrans on that particular land use designation. I think, we're trying to look for opportunities to, increase density and to focus around existing developed shopping centers, for example. And so that's part of the reason why there's a rational basis for that land use designation, but the commission could feel differently potentially.
Okay. I'll likely pick this up when we talk about comments. My next questions are on the open space chapter 6. Policy OCI 34 mentions hiker huts. What's intended to be a hiker's hut?
Sure. My understanding of a hiker's hut is it's a small structure that provides shelter, perhaps a rest area from the elements for hikers somewhere along the trail. But I don't have any firsthand experience using hiker huts, so Ms. Moore or others could weigh in if they know more about hiker huts.
Yeah, that's my understanding too, just an area of refuge along trail.
The reason why I asked is, as someone that does some backpacking and through hikes, a lot of times hikers' huts are places for people to camp. And I just worry about identifying hikers' huts along our coast and then being misused as campsites when that's really not their intent. So I'm going to look forward to talking about this with the rest of the commission and hear their thoughts too. Again, in chapter 6, policy OCI 59 regarding the development on the Beach Boulevard property. I noticed throughout the general plan, there's no mention of council chambers being included in that development. And I imagine the intent is to keep council chambers on that property, but embrace it in the development of that property. Is that the intent? Is that the city's intent or city council's intent?
So certainly identification of appropriate council chambers facilities is an important component of any potential future redevelopment. I will say that my understanding of the project concept for that site, it would not involve retention of the existing city council chambers in the building in which they're currently located. And so given the city's full control of that site currently, identification of appropriate council chambers facilities, either as part of the new project or in some alternate location, would be a component of that project review.
Christian, in your opinion, do you think it would be beneficial to mention council chambers in one of these policies, or at least in the description of that development?
Potentially. I think there may be another policy I have to locate it addressing city council and civic center facilities. I don't have it immediately in front of me.
I'll track that to circle back to it later. Okay, so on to chapter 7, the conservation chapter. I know Vice Chair Hauser asked questions regarding the 5-acre San Pedro field lot with respect to environmentally sensitive habitat. I don't recall if Commissioner Hauser mentioned or asked if it was understood to be a wetlands. So I'm going to re-ask that question. Is this lot understood based on the available data that was used to create this general plan? Is it understood to be a wetlands? Because we do have a figure that identifies wetlands, and this one is not identified.
Right. So I think there are a couple considerations there. First, this site at one point in time was included in the National Wetlands Inventory, which is a very coarse, nationwide database of sites that have the potential characteristics to be wetlands. At some point a few years ago, the site was removed from the National Wetlands Inventory, and I suspect that's why it's not mapped as such currently in the figure. With that said, the site-specific policy for the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site does call for a wetlands delineation, from my recollection, and it's a nod to the fact that wetlands potentially exist on the site, but the full extent and location and nature of those wetlands is not currently known by the city. And so, certainly the potential exists given the one parameter wetlands delineation requirement in the coastal zone, consistent with the Coastal Act. And so we've tried to put appropriate provisions in place for that particular site in conjunction with some potential future development.
And I appreciate that. And I actually really am impressed with a lot of the policies that were put forth in the conservation chapter. I think we are being very thoughtful to make sure that future development does thorough analysis on impacts to wetlands or sensitive habitat. So thank you for all the effort on that. Moving on to chapter 8, the safety chapter. A lot of my questions were already answered. Oh, policy SAI-11, and I'll turn to that now. There's mention on prohibiting development-related grading and vegetation clearance on slopes steeper than 35%. Is that just a blanket? Am I reading this policy correctly in that applies to just anywhere in the city? If there's a slope steeper than 35% and it's currently undeveloped, no one can touch it?
So that policy is a policy that was originally in the local coastal land use plan update, and that is reflected by the wave symbol there. That denotes policies that are both in the general plan and the LCLUP. I believe that 35% threshold is one that is carried forward from the city's current LCLUP to prohibit development on sites with 35% or greater slope, unless there's no other area to be developed on that site. It's a coastal resource protection policy that's intended to discourage development in those locations. General plan policies most often are balanced together. And so I would not go so far as to say under no circumstance could grading or development occur on a slope with greater than 35% because of this policy. But certainly there's a problem. So certainly there is a strong presumption that it would not occur unless some other policy or legal consideration would warrant development of that area, i.e., to avoid a takings by the city, for example, by allowing no development on a site that only had slopes of 35% or more.
Just to use an example to make sure I fully understand, if there is an infill lot that's undeveloped and it's in the middle of Pedro Point, and understandably slopes there exceed 35%, because there's nowhere, I mean, the person that owns that lot should have a right to economically benefit from it. So are they still allowed to develop because they're, and they could develop on a 35% slope because there's nowhere else on their property where the slope is less than 35%?
With all the appropriate caveats of, the facts need to be evaluated in that particular case, and this is a hypothetical. Yes, that's the scenario that I'm describing, where there are only areas with 35% or greater slope on the site. The site is a legal lot, and there's no other, alternative method to allow development that does not affect the 35% or steeper area. I think you would likely see in that case some analysis of this policy and why it would not be possible to implement it for that particular project, because there's no way to avoid that. And legally, the city must allow that development to occur to some degree.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And, my last question kind of piggybacks off of a previous question regarding implementing more often feedback from the public for the general plan. Acting Planning Director Murdoch, when you described that a potential option for this year may be to have that annual report reviewed in February of the general plan and receive public comment, so then the city could use that for their goal setting in the spring. I liked that idea, and I'm wondering, can we make that a regular process instead of having the annual review of the general plan in April? Is it possible from like a staff workload perspective or whatever it may be, is it possible to just change that each year, make it occur in February?
So the annual report process that you're describing, Chair Berman, state regulations have an April 1st deadline for the city to submit that report to those two state agencies I mentioned, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development. That's the back end where the city cannot have that public input process occur any later than that and comply with the deadline. On the front end, the reality is such that we can't have that occur any earlier than January 1st because we need the full prior year and all of the housing development and approvals and all the other experience implementing the general plan to be finished before we can analyze it and prepare the report. And then given, the holiday period and just staff time to process it, give or take at least a month is likely to be needed. And so you're probably looking at, mid-February at the earliest. So there's really only like a 4 to 6 week sway in terms of the practical point in time when that report could go to the city council. Ultimately, the scheduling of that is a decision for the city manager, and in consideration of all of the workload and requirements for the city. Our obligation is to comply with state law first by providing that report by the deadline, but trying to facilitate our process to align with the city council's goal setting. It's something I've already discussed with the city manager, and he's receptive in concept. And we think that does provide more value to that annual reporting process because there's a more direct feedback loop into the city council's priority work plan discussion that typically is scheduled in the March timeframe. So I think, the factors are all weighing certainly in favor of staff trying to systematize that process, that report to happen probably at the last meeting, let's say, of the City Council in February, so that in the goal setting process in March, we can incorporate that feedback. And if and when there are sufficient justifications based on that community input that the council wants to prioritize, we can package that up into something for the council to consider in March. And then that could flow into the budget development process in the succeeding months.
Okay, thank you. I like this idea, but of course want to leave flexibility because any given year staff may be extremely busy in January and February. So, okay, that concludes my questions. Now, does any other commissioner have clarifying questions that they forgot to ask before we move on to Christian presenting some policy update considerations? Commissioner Domerant.
I did have one that Commissioner Godwin prompted in my mind when he talked about transportation and circulation. And in scanning over the document, I could have missed it. I didn't really see whether there was much feedback from outbuild of areas south of Pacifica, let's say Half Moon Bay, El Granada, Moss Beach, Montera, all of that transportation elements that would be coming through Pacifica and its impact on our circulation. So was that included, or is it something that needs to be considered for the future? Thank you.
I can say, Commissioner, that our transportation model that was used to calculate BMT does account for regional travel.
And Ms. Moore, to expand on that, it's the San Mateo County transportation model.
Yes, that's right.
Our transportation consultant engaged for the general plan update process has the ability and did run this general plan through that model to take into account the regional forecasted transportation situation.
Any other questions, Commissioner Domerant? No? Okay. Then I'll pass it off to you, Christian, if you'd like to present some new considerations for us.
Sure,
and I guess let me rephrase some considerations to policy that we should deliberate on, not necessarily new information.
That's right, yeah. Touching on the points for consideration in the staff report that staff prepared and that's in the agenda packet. So we are going to shift to content that's starting on packet page 121. So we had talked about figures in chapter 8, the safety element related to landslide hazards. And so staff noted that we included a graphic that was unintentionally omitted from the prior draft. And that figure 8-8 in this instance is an evacuation route analysis that was inadvertently omitted. And so that was included in the general plan that's before you. And then as we mentioned, staff has made some non-substantive typographical corrections to improve readability of the documents. So that shifts into section 2.B in the staff report. So, or rather section 3. So we're jumping to section 3 policy options. So I will share a slideshow here and guide us through those points. So beginning on packet page 122, we have 3.B.1, which identifies a potential land use plan change. We received a public comment about these 3 parcels here. Hopefully you can see them. There's sort of a pie-shaped or gourd-shaped lot here, another one here, and then more of a rectangular shape. Those are generally at the corner of Rosita and Adobe. And those are privately owned parcels that were inadvertently mapped as the public and semi-public land use designation. As privately owned parcels without any, semi or quasi-public type use, they're simply private parcels that may be the subject of privately initiated development in the future. And so we recommend reclassifying those in this land use plan to low density residential. Moving on from that, in Chapter 7, Conservation, in response to comments from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we've proposed a policy on wildlife corridors related to mapping them out and studying those wildlife corridors. We think a policy that says the city shall advocate for funding and participate in a regional or sub-regional study to identify areas where wildlife crossing structures would result in the largest benefit to rare, threatened, and endangered special status and non-special status species for wildlife connectivity to be led and conducted by an appropriate agency. We think that's an appropriate new implementing policy. We think that's the most appropriate way to balance the comment made by Fish and Wildlife that we don't agree with, that the city should delay its adoption of the general plan by 12 months to do that study. Even if we were to want to undertake that study, we don't think that the city has the appropriate technical knowledge or resources to do that independently. And so this does support and advocate for that study to be done, but in cooperation with other partners and when funding has been identified for that purpose. Moving on in 3.C.2, as mentioned earlier in relation to the Heritage Street Ordinance update, this policy CO-I-39 in Chapter 7, Conservation, in response to public comments about the city encouraging a canopy goal for the city, we've included language here that would add to this policy, consider a canopy goal for heritage and non-heritage trees as part of the Heritage Tree Ordinance update or other updates to the city's tree regulations. So this doesn't establish the canopy goal. That would be, in my opinion, too specific for the general plan. But it does say that the city should consider whether a canopy goal is appropriate for heritage and non-heritage trees and would allow the city to have that policy support to establish such a canopy goal. And then with respect to Chapter 8, Safety, as we've discussed earlier in response to the commissioner questions, we recommend the addition of this new figure 8-X to be appropriately numbered, upon insertion into the general plan, to map an inventory of, or to include an inventory of mapped landslides. As I mentioned, further conversations with the California Geologic Survey, they've confirmed that the GIS data they provided to the city for this purpose had some unintentional inclusions in that data. They are working to clarify and sort through that, but we would ask for a recommendation from the commission to complete that coordination and clarification with the California Geologic Survey and to refine this map to include historic landslide inventory in Pacifica. Moving on, Chapter 8, Safety Policy Changes. We recommended a couple of changes here to safety element policies 101 and 102. Essentially, they would add the term utility service providers so that the city's emergency operations plan and response coordination was broader than just the entities identified in the plan and the policy currently. The intent specifically being to include the North Coast County Water District, but not to the exclusion of any other appropriate utility service provider. So it would be a more inclusive and more comprehensive emergency operations planning and response coordination process. Those were the staff recommended changes. There are a small number of other potential changes for the commission to consider. These were precipitated by property owner requests. The first of those is at 44 Carmel Avenue in West Truck Park. It's this highlighted property in blue. And the property owner has requested a change to high density residential. Staff's recommendation is not to incorporate that change. For starters, as a concept, as a planning concept, we've not attempted to make any significant changes to density on the east-west, primarily residential streets through the Sharp Park specific plan process. If anything, trying to maintain the more small-scale historical cottage type development pattern and scale to the extent that we can as a city would be a key policy outcome of that document. And so the areas of change in the Sharp Park specific plan were really intended to be on the north-south corridors, primarily Palmetto Avenue and Francisco Boulevard. And so with that in mind, staff is not recommending to make that change requested by the property owner. And then on the right side of your screen, on Coast Highway between Rockaway Beach and Valleymar on the east side of Highway 1, there's this long rectangular shaped parcel. Only recently did it become a parcel. It was a transaction from Caltrans to establish a deed and to transfer that property to private ownership, given it's no longer needed for Caltrans purposes. The current draft general plan includes a service commercial land use designation. Upon further analysis in response to this property owner request, it's staff's assessment and recommendation that the best land use designation there would be mixed use neighborhood. The properties immediately northeast and southwest of this parcel are proposed for mixed use neighborhood land use designations. And we think having a service commercial designation in between the two of those would likely result in some potential land use incompatibilities given the range of uses that are allowable in the service commercial land use designation. And having a consistent corridor there of mixed use neighborhood would give the potential for the greatest consistency and potential future development of that area. So our recommendation is to grant the owner's request to change that designation to mixed use neighborhood. And so that concludes the list of potential changes to be considered by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Acting Planning Director Murdoch. Does anyone on the commission have any clarification questions on what Mr. Murdoch just presented? Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any clarification questions, but I did wonder if, as we go through chapter by chapter, if staff could remind us to deliberate on this. If we, there's so much, I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
I like that idea too. Any clarification questions? Okay. So I would like to make a little more progress before taking a lunch break at 1 o'clock roughly. So I'd like to start going chapter by chapter on comments, discussion. I mean, inevitably we may start to deliberate. And so with that, does anyone have any comments on chapter 1? I'm not seeing any hands. And of course, if, we could always go back if we need to go back, if we're deliberating about something that will impact a chapter that we already passed. Does anyone have any comments on chapter 2? Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you. So I do have some comments on chapter 2. And I'm sorry, I'm juggling between all of these documents, so bear with me for a moment. Let's see. All right. So the first one I had mentioned during the question component of this, but figure 2-2, I would like to recommend adding a 2019 through 20 to this chart. So I'm gonna kind of formalize that that request. And actually, before I go too deeply into this, I do want to note that I submitted to staff a kind of detailed, because I have a lot of kind of minor comments, but they, I don't want to go through 300 comments on this. They're just like minor clarifying comments. So I would ask that that email to staff be made part of the public record so that going forward, everyone could kind of work to that. But going back, also on 2-10, I think under outdoor recreation destinations, where it says beyond providing a recreational amenity, the completion of the trail system, I would then just point to a graphic. We have so many graphics about the trail system, so I think it would be helpful at this early juncture to point to one. And this may be too hard, but under other opportunities on that same page, 2-10, the section talks a lot about, the approval of tax being used to offset the cost of local government services. And this is all about the cannabis tax, by the way. And this just begs for a number or a chart showing the revenue. So if possible, I'd like to add those. On 2.5, section 2.5, which is page 2-12, under the bullet point, improving shopping areas and recruiting tenants, I'd like it to say upgrading existing shopping centers and commercial areas. These are really thoughtful goals, and we have a lot of commercial areas that don't technically qualify as shopping centers. And then one of the big items that you'll hear me talk about in chapter 3 as well, and I've talked about this a lot when we were discussing the Sharp Park specific plan and goals for the city, it's come up on projects, is that we as a city do not have a policy for undergrounding power lines. We have a policy that new projects must install their new facilities underground, which would mean like a subterranean transformer or power lines through a site being in a joint trench. What I think is really important that most cities already have provisions for is taking existing frontage power lines and making them underground. So under that same section, bullet point 3, investing in public infrastructure and facilities, I'd like to have that say streetscape improvements such as underground power lines, complete streets that bolster, complete streets that bolster pedestrian, and then go into a signage program and everything else that's in there. Then that gets into policy ES-I-1, where I would, again, after that section that says streetscape improvements, I would say such as undergrounding overhead utility lines. So I just want us to have a lot of the same benefits that cities like Daly City and cities all over the Bay Area already have, so that when we ask for these things on specific development projects, which we have done in the past, we are able to do it with a policy rather than hearing the response, which is a true issue, that we don't have a policy that governs it. I'm going to kind of keep going to ES-I-9. Fiscal analyses required. I'd like to call that fiscal analyses review. And rather than say require fiscal analyses, I'd like that to say analyze fiscal impact analyses, just to provide staff a little leeway on really small projects that can piggyback off of other project analysis that's been done. I think it's important that we give the leeway so that we're not, causing a $15,000 economic study to, essentially obliterate a small project that could be beneficial to the city. On page 2-17, it says allow childcare facilities with a capacity 15 to 20 children minimum. I would say with a target capacity of 15 to 20 children minimum. I was on the Economic Development Committee before being on Planning Commission, and I know exactly where this comment came from. It's a good goal, but we also know that teachers, especially in childcare programs, teachers leave oftentimes, and the capacity of the school is based on the amount of teachers that you have available to meet the state and local requirement ratios. And so I don't want to, have an unintended consequence.
Vice Chair Hauser, can you please restate the revision that you would like in that policy?
Yes. On 217, it says allow childcare facilities. Instead of with a capacity, I would like it to say with a target capacity of. And that way we're not barring, somebody that's lost their teacher and is now at a 12 capacity. Going down to ES-I-32, investment in infrastructure. This is another good place to say undergrounding overhead utility lines. So after lighting, where it says lighting, and roadways, I would like it to say lighting, undergrounding overhead utility lines, and roadways. And that is the gamut. So Mr. Murdoch, all of those were contained in the letter that I sent to you, but because so many of them are policies that we should talk about as a commission, so especially the undergrounding requirement, I wanted to kind of go through those in more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to deliberate on some of those proposed changes that Vice Chair Hauser presented. I'll go ahead and start. I agree with all of the proposed changes that you mentioned, but I would like to further discuss the undergrounding. And my main concern is I agree, I am an advocate for development projects to underground existing overhead utilities. But I want to make sure it's not an undue burden for single family homeowners. So I kind of look to the commission or to staff to help us point in a direction where we can incorporate an undergrounding utility policy, but also make sure it doesn't unintentionally burden single family homeowners or very, very small developments. Yeah. If anyone on the commission has a follow-up or a thought. Commissioner Godwin, I saw you went off mute.
Yes, I agree. Underground utilities are quite desirable. I think they're important in new projects. I also think, given we already have existing plans to get rid of natural gas lines to houses, there's going to be a lot of people investing in single family houses that are doing things they may not agree with. So I like the idea of doing it on new projects. Maybe there's some sort of incentive we can put in for people that cooperate and do an undergrounding of utilities or a group of homeowners. But I think requiring it at this point may be an undue burden, especially with the economic stress that's happening in the country.
Commissioner Domrat.
Concur with the other presenters on undergrounding of utilities. I'd like to take a step back and look at a bigger picture, and that is the utilities that come into Pacifica, the main lines of electricity. Any of you who hike up in the mountains, you'll see all those power lines. Those are under extreme stress and extreme conditions. And when we do lose power in Pacifica for a long period of time, it's not typically what's happening in the neighborhoods, it's what's happening at all these stations on the top of the mountains. So I don't know what we can do about that other than talking to PG&E and looking at, do they have any plans on doing something different with all the power lines that cross the top of the mountains? Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
I unfortunately have a lot of experience in dealing with PG&E and underground utilities, and to call them a nightmare would be an understatement. While I agree undergrounding utilities is a noble idea, I think perhaps one of the things we should consider is say that we should have developments set up for the undergrounding of utilities. In other words, to be prepared for that eventuality. But the expense of doing that for the whole neighborhood is significant, and you're going to have a hard time getting PG&E to cooperate with you on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, just to reiterate on Commissioner Domeran's comment, I recently attended the electric vehicle task force for Pacifica, and we're looking at maybe a 300% increase in the amount of power coming into the city to support electric chargers and electrification of houses. So, in addition to fixing what we have, we've got to have a lot more capacity, and that's going to be a burden as well.
Commissioner Hauser.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And through the Chair, I want to address some of the things that we just talked about. I think that So let me first say I completely agree that the idea of a single family home undergrounding, 3 power lines or 3 joint poles worth of power lines is potentially prohibitive. And I think that if you look at the specific language in all of these particular policies, the way it's worded is that there's a goal to invest in the infrastructure. It's not a requirement, and I don't think by any means that we should require this. I also think that we should word this in a way where it's in the purview of the city to either require it or allow it based on the size of the project. That being said, and it's, I do want to speak to dealing with PG&E and specific development projects. And by the way, you'll notice that when I get to my proposal for Chapter 3, that's where I think specific development, new development is addressed. This one is actually more about goals for the city in general. And again, I think it's similar to what Mr. Batista was talking about over with the signal, that it's a goal to do it, but the funding is not there. And I would imagine that that's something that would hold true for these types of policies as well. That being said, I do not think it by any stretch of the imagination absurd for a new subdivision or a new shopping center that is going to propose, and again, this really relates more to Chapter 3, but since we're talking about undergrounding poles, I do not think it's an unrealistic expectation to expect Rule 20 along the frontage of a new project. And I don't mean an entire neighborhood. I mean solely a project's frontage. So if you have 2 joint poles in front of your property, you dive down, you underground those 2 joint poles, and you pop back up at the 4th joint pole. I understand that there's an expense associated with it. There's an additional PG&E contract associated with it. But of all of the cities in the Bay Area, I've only come to one other that doesn't have a policy on it, like Pacifica. So I think the idea of allowing ourselves the freedom to ask a developer on an appropriate sized and scaled development is really an important thing to put forth.
Chair Berman, if you would allow, I just want to add one point for the Commission's consideration on this issue. So as part of our housing element update process, one of the requirements is an analysis of constraints to housing development, and city policies that could cause delay or add cost have the potential to be a constraint that we must identify in the housing element. And if it's a significant constraint, the city might be required through a housing element policy to eliminate or reduce the burden from that constraint. And so it's too early for me to conclude that this would be one of those, but anything that could potentially add significant cost or delay from a regulatory standpoint as a requirement has that potential.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Vice Chair Hauser, I appreciate your clarification, and I realize that you strategically propose to incorporate the undergrounding policies in Chapter 2, which right, it is more of an overarching goal for development in the city. So I support your proposed changes, and especially considering what Mr. Murdoch just said, where there's flexibility for the smaller developments.
Right, and Chair Berman, if you'd allow me to maybe round out that point. So it's not to say the Commission shouldn't include such a policy, right? There are a lot of good policies that cost money or can require time to implement. It could be such, for example, that some analysis of a constraint in the housing element might provide for some exemption process, if the developer could demonstrate an undue burden from that requirement. So, it's not, to include it or not to include it now, but to understand in some cases, we may not be able to effectuate that requirement.
Mr. Murdoch, is there, I know it wouldn't belong in the general plan being a more general plan, but eventually should the city establish metrics on what qualifies as a development project that would trigger the requirement to underground?
Sure. So I could imagine the city, taking this policy support in the general plan for undergrounding and developing a policy or an ordinance that has more particular parameters, maybe a project threshold of a certain number of units or square footage or linear street frontage. So we could try to get at that rough proportionality of what's the scale of the project relative to this added cost of utility undergrounding. And perhaps for a single family home or a renovation of an existing commercial space, maybe it's too burdensome, but for a new 4-unit apartment building or 6 or 8-unit apartment building, maybe it's not disproportionate at that point. I think we would need to do some further study, get some data on the costs and timelines, for example, associated with these types of undergrounding projects, and then put a more thoughtful, more refined policy in place at some later date.
Okay. One of the commissioners, sorry, I forgot who it was, mentioned wanting to consider a more general policy with this regarding the city working with PG&E. I actually have notes where I really want to discuss that in the safety chapter. Please remind me who that commissioner was and let me know if you're okay if we talk about it in the safety chapter.
Was that Commissioner Domerat?
Oh, it was Domerat. Does that sound okay, Commissioner Domerat?
Yeah, that's fine. Others picked up on that in terms of dealing with PG&E, but I think during the safety portion would be a good place for further comment. Sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Does any other commissioner have any comments or discussions about the proposed changes that Vice Chair Hauser mentioned, or more discussion on undergrounding policies for this chapter 2? Okay, I think we're kind of all in agreement, but let me know if otherwise. Staff, do you need, when we go through these chapters and we provide recommendations, are you able to keep up with kind of what we're saying, or do we need to circle back and summarize?
So I think so far I've mostly kept up. I've asked a couple of times, I think, for clarification or restatement. So if that's okay with you, Chair Berman, I'll continue to do that. And maybe, if it comes to the end of the meeting and there's a recommendation for a motion, I might need to go back through and confirm some of these, and we could revisit them to get the right level of detail needed.
Great. Are there any other comments or questions or deliberations? Okay, let me step back. What I visualized for today is we go chapter by chapter, because I think that's going to help keep us focused. We will of course deliberate at the end of our discussions on each chapter, but I really like deliberating a little bit at the end of each chapter too. Is there anything, does anyone want to say anything else on chapter 2? All right. Well, we're almost at 1 o'clock. I think now would be a really nice natural point in time to take a 30-minute lunch break. And I'm seeing some head nods. So let's go ahead and take a lunch break, and let's reconvene at 1:30. Does that sound good? All right. See you all at 1:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
chapter 3, and actually I also wanted to mention, similar to Vice Chair Hauser, I provided an email to staff of very minor comments, mainly grammatical, but they're not substantial to changing any items in the general plan, but I'd like that to be available for the public record as well. And I am happy to answer any questions that staff may have on those, but they're not substantial and worthwhile to discuss during this meeting. Mainly typos, like I said. So moving on to chapter 3, and I guess before I move on, Acting Planning Director Murdoch, is there any item at the conclusion of our deliberation for chapter 2 that you want to follow up on, or anything to address to the commission before we start commenting and deliberating on chapter 3?
Thank you, Chair Berman. Nothing comes to mind currently. I think I was able to capture the right level of detail and then corresponding that to the more complete written document that Commissioner Hauser shared. I think we'll be able to make do with that.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone on the commission have any comments or items to discuss regarding chapter 3? Commissioner Hauser.
So I do, but I don't want to steal the show. So if someone wants to go before me, I'm happy to yield to someone else.
I think you gracefully open up our discussions. So I think you do it again.
Okay. So on chapter 3, just some minor things. Like I think the heading is that it's chapter 7. So obviously just renaming it to chapter 3, which is not a big deal. But when you get to page 3-6, I want, and you'll see comments like this throughout chapter 4 as well. I want to be really explicit with how we write things that involve land use. The state's laws, Housing Accountability Act, Density Bonus Law, SB 9, all of these laws take the way things are written and don't necessarily go deeper into what our intent was. So you'll see that I have a lot of these kind of minor, but what I think are material comments. So one of those is on page 3-6, and it's the first implementing policy, CD-I-4. Instead of saying support compatible residential infill on vacant lots, I'd like it to say support compatible residential infill on designated vacant lots. And what I mean by that is as designated in the land use element. So I don't want anybody reading this to say there's a policy that says housing can be on vacant lots. So that is number 1. CD-I-8, which is on the next page, 3-7. Parking in higher intensity mixed use areas, I would like that to say update parking standards to encourage parking areas to be located behind buildings. I think if we get an absolutely dynamic and fantastic mixed use project that cannot maybe make that happen. There are 2, like, let's say they have 3 public street frontages, for example. That happens on certain sites. I can't think of any in Pacifica, but I've dealt with them in the past. I don't want to limit that development by having this very kind of precise requirement. So I think encourage is the right word there. As you go down to 3-8 in the coastal development zone, it says in the second paragraph, while much of this area has been permanently preserved, development may occur on Arami Point or the quarry site. And I would like to add as governed by the land use element for the very same reason that I just kind of went into detail on above. CDI-16, which is on sheet 3-10. I'd like to cross out the word very. So it says to specify very low intensity visitor serving use. And I would just note that we've named that low intensity visitor serving use on the land use diagram. So just for continuity and to be consistent, I'd like to make sure that we don't accidentally create a new use. And then my last, I think this is my last one. Yes, my last one in this chapter is CDI-20, which is page 3-11. And this is the underground utilities. So whereas we kind of all agreed on chapter 2, that it was okay because it wasn't project specific, now we're into a project specific policy. And I'd like to propose my change, and then I'd like to give my rationale for why I think it still fits into our conversation from the last element, but I'm happy to hear what everybody has to say. So it says continue to require underground utilities in all new development. I'd like to add a sentence that says new developments should include undergrounding existing overhead utilities along each project frontage. And then at the end, I would like to say it should be noted that this policy pertains to development throughout the city and is not limited to development within the coastal zone, just based on the heading of this section being coastal development. And the reason that I think that this still fits into our conversation is if you go back to the first element, section 1-16, staff has done a very good job of saying, of defining words like should and would versus shall and must. So it says the use of quote should or quote would indicates that a statement is advisory, strongly recommended, but not mandatory. Details will need to be resolved in LCP implementation. The use of shall or must indicates that a statement is mandatory. So instead of saying new developments shall include undergrounding, my particular recommendation is new developments should include undergrounding. And that concludes my proposed edits in this section.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. Mr. Murdoch, do you have any go-backs?
Yeah, I do. Vice Chair Hauser, CDI 7, can you please restate your suggested changes there?
Was that CDI-17?
It may have been, yeah, I must not have.
Okay, so this is the one called Headlands Special Area. And it says in the zoning ordinance, update the Headlands Special Area for Arami Point to specify very low intensity visitor serving use. And I was just proposing that we eliminate the word very for consistency with the land use designation in our land use element. If I'm missing something and that was intended to, because it's not capitalized, you know, it's not like there's a legal definition of it, but I do think it would become more clear if we remove the word very.
Terrific, thank you.
Do any other commissioners have any comments or discussion topics in response to Commissioner Hauser's proposed changes? Not seeing any hands. I take no opposition to Commissioner Hauser's proposed changes. I personally don't feel any concerns with them. I'm going to give staff just a minute to digest.
Thank you, Chair Berman. The only clarifying point from my standpoint at this moment is with respect to the change to CDI 20, the inclusion of new developments should include undergrounding. You know, a directive shall, I think, would make a good argument that it's an objective standard that the city could require for projects. With should, it's not. And so with the continuing push to objective standards for project developments, including housing, I just wanted to get clarity and perhaps understand, you know, this is a should policy support in the general plan. And then as we discussed earlier, further refinement in a zoning ordinance or other city regulation could determine where the shoulds and the shalls might be dispensed with respect to projects of certain type or size.
Sure. And Mr. Murdoch, I am happy to amend the comment to say shall, new developments shall include, and I'm happy to take it under the zoning ordinance. I think practically the way I'm seeing this is there have been at least 3 projects that I can think of where we have said in one way or another, hey, they should probably underground their poles. You know, it's an 8-unit project or a 6-unit project with commercial or whatever it was. And the response that we got, which was apt because no policy currently exists, was that there's not a policy in the general plan, the municipal code, or any other land use document that we can rely on to require someone to do that. So I think my goal here is to give us as a city a policy to rely on. Now, whether it needs to say shall instead of should, I'll defer to staff to guide us there. I just want that answer to be, because you know what, like, again, a duplex going up, yeah, sure. Like, we don't want it to have to underground 3 joint poles or 1 joint pole or whatever it is. As long as when we go through future projects, we have a tool in the toolbox, I'm okay with either wording.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. Ms. Sharma, are you able to offer some guidance here? I think my hope is that the general plan might stay at the should level, and then would it be possible to perhaps determine different categories of projects through some further implementation regulation or ordinance that would have a shall for certain types of projects and a should perhaps for other projects? You'll recall earlier we were trying to, subject to further study, perhaps determine a threshold above which projects must do the undergrounding, and perhaps other projects should do it, you know, when feasible. That sort of distinction, is that appropriate in this case?
Because it is a general plan document and we're thinking of undergrounding, you know, in very specific circumstances, it would probably be better from a legal perspective to leave it as a should, so that it gives us the flexibility to see, you know, if there are nexus and proportionality requirements that are met in a given instance.
Thank you. That's the clarification I was seeking. And with that in mind, Vice Chair Hauser, you know, at your discretion, I think as you've drafted it with should in the general plan might be the best approach.
Let's leave it as that. Then I think the rest of the commission seem to be happy with it, and I'm happy when everyone's happy.
All right. Are there any other comments regarding Chapter 3? I don't see any, so I am ready to move on to Chapter 4 if others are. Seeing some head nods. I think we'll spend some time on this chapter. The land use chapter, does anyone have any comments or deliberation items on land use?
And Chair Berman, before the commissioners jump in, you had asked me to flag chapters that have staff recommended items.
Yes. Please go ahead when you get a chance.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Chair. So going back to the staff report again, packet page 122 and onward, there was a land use map change for the 3 privately owned parcels that were adjacent to Lindemar School, and changing those to a low density residential designation was item number 1. And then there was a property owner request in West Sharp Park at 44 Carmel to change the property to high density residential. Staff did not recommend doing that and proposed to keep it at low density residential. And then, excuse me, there was another property owner request at 4320 and between 4320 and 4400 Coast Highway to change from service commercial to mixed use neighborhood, and staff recommended granting that property owner request.
Thank you. I agree with staff's recommendation on these. What does the commission think? Commissioner Hauser.
So I have a couple of thoughts. I do agree with staff's recommendations, but I would, if the rest of the commission agrees, I would note that I think there are a couple of different points in which it would be beneficial to allow, what do we call it? Service commercial uses in mixed use center and mixed use neighborhood. I think it will help solve the Crespi Center question that I had asked earlier about those existing industrial uses. And I think in the case of the Highway 1 fronting piece of property that's being asked to be moved to MUN, I think it would allow further development of the existing uses to continue, as well as having mixed use. And so in both MUN, and this is on page 4-6 and 4-7, so in MUN and MUC, it says the designation, so this is MUC, the designation is intended for high density mixed use development, including public or community uses in hotels. Allowable uses include ground floor retail, restaurant, or service uses. Similarly in MUN, it also says restaurant or service uses in housing or offices. So I would propose that we do make the land use changes and the changes that staff recommended, but that instead of saying service uses on both of those designations, we say, I had a note about this, sorry, hang on one second. Uses consistent with service commercial designations, which is I think what's being intended anyway, but it kind of, it's not quite clear.
So Chair Berman, if I may respond to Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
I don't believe the intention in mixed use neighborhood and mixed use center was to allow the full range of service commercial uses. I would read services, perhaps we could further clarify with personal services in both of those. There'll be things like hair salons, nail salons, massage therapists, and a variety of other personal services. I think in my mind, the service commercial category is distinct and it's a different set of uses and potential impacts. With that said, we were trying to accomplish the Crespi Center item and objective of the City Council within the framework of mixed use commercial, but with that site-specific policy, thinking forward to the zoning, perhaps pulling in a blend of uses that might be allowable in the service commercial, using that site-specific policy as a general plan basis for doing so. So that's the thinking right now. Ms. Moore, did you have anything to supplement from your perspective?
No, that was what my addition was going to be as well. The service in the context of the mixed use designations are more about personal services, whereas service commercial tend to be more audio oriented type uses.
Would it be possible in that vein then to put some sort of overlay over both of those areas, the Crespi Center specifically and this lot that's proposed to go from service commercial to MUN? Is that yeah.
What kind of overlay, Vice Chair Hauser?
An overlay that allows for light industrial uses. I think as I see trends throughout the Bay Area, and especially at the land prices that industrial seems to be trading at and providing revenue to cities, it does generate some sort of tax increment here. I don't want to be really quick to disregard some of the limited space we have. If you look at the land use diagram, we really don't have a lot of that designation. So I'm seeing if there's a way to, instead of just having it grandfathered in a couple of places, hold on to the ability to let it grow, but also do what the intention was, which was to allow infill residential or mixed retail development with it.
Understood. And would that same thought process then extend to the properties north and south of that Coast Highway parcel for more of a corridor of that complement of uses? Is that what you're considering?
I actually hadn't thought of that, but now that you've said it, I think it's a very good idea. And depending again on what I don't want to be the lone voice here.
See, yeah. And so it also, it almost sounds like if not an overlay, a new land use designation potentially of like mixed use service or something along those lines.
Well, let me ask you this: would that have to? That sounds like a more material change than potentially a clarifying change, and I don't think that's a route that I'm interested in taking this down for this parcel.
Yeah, I guess I'd ask for the thoughts from our CEQA consultants as well. So Ms. Moore, Mr. Hill, maybe you need a moment further to think about it, but what are your impressions on that point?
I would like for Andrew to respond after me, but just in thinking about what types of uses might be occurring on this site, if there are ones that have the potential to, you know, like an auto body shop that could come in, there would be hazardous uses that could be associated with that we would need to consider. Andrew, did you have, it's about, the question is about changing the land use designation on the service commercial site, either to mixed use neighborhood or keeping the whole corridor as service commercial.
Or Vice Chair Hauser, was your scenario contemplating mixed use with residential and light industrial?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct, Mr. Murdoch. So essentially what we have are two sites. We have you know, I'm going to call it industrial park that we've just recently had condominiumized, and they put a bunch of, you know, a bunch of money into that condominiumization and signage program, et cetera. And council has clearly recommended this policy that allows those industrial uses to kind of remain on, even though there's this mixed use designation over it. Similarly, staff on this one parcel has asked us to consider taking it from the service commercial designation to the MUN designation to be consistent with the land uses to the north and south. What I'm positing is that we're able to make those changes to allow those mixed uses, which I do think in both cases make sense. And especially as you look at intensities and thought processes on the land use diagram, I think they make a lot of sense. What I had thought was perhaps we could have some level of an overlay that allows for, I just don't want, you know, somebody in the service industry to have to rebuild their building or want to go 2 stories and be told, no, you're grandfathered in, but you can't continue what you're doing because now your general plan designation has changed. So I'm just trying to figure out how to accomplish everything.
I mean, I guess you're asking me to comment from a CEQA perspective. I think, I mean, my overarching comment is I think what we should do for all of these recommended changes is before it goes to City Council, just do a quick analysis to demonstrate that these changes are not significant new information and they wouldn't change the findings of the EIR. And so in the course of doing that, I think we'd want to think through this particular proposal that you're making. I don't think off the top of my head it presents any problems. For example, to the extent that a change would allow residential on a lot that is currently industrial, well, there's already state laws that require it to be remediated to a certain level prior, you know, before any residential can go on there. So it's not going to trigger the need for new mitigation measures in the EIR, right? We would just demonstrate that state law is going to provide adequate protection. And then the other thing that I was thinking about just as you were talking is that, you know, would these changes, you know, affect our build-out projections in any way? And if they would result in less development, whether it's housing units or non-residential square footage, then that's fine from a CEQA perspective because we've already analyzed the impact of more development. To the extent that, you know, these changes might result in more development, well, then we want to consider whether that's substantially more such that it would introduce new impacts. I don't, without fully understanding the geographic implications of these things, my first impression is that it probably would not be enough to move the needle. But again, I think that's something we just want to turn over the stones on and present a little bit of analysis in the context of presenting all these proposals to the City Council for consideration. Does that answer your question? Anything else I could?
It does answer my question. I think I would defer, especially, you know, Chair Berman, you kind of took the lead on this response to Mr. Murdoch. I mean, I don't know how we propose to do something, and I don't even know if the rest of the commission is on the same page, but I don't know how we propose to do something. But if, you know, if it is too much, like it probably doesn't need to be. I don't know what I'm saying.
Sure. No, I understand where your concern comes from. And, for additional inspiration, I'm also looking at Street View. I mean, I drive by this parcel every day. I am more so in favor, especially if the adjacent parcels are agreed to be mixed use neighborhood. I think it makes sense to have the parcel in the middle to also be consistent. I also have, and granted, this wouldn't be covered in the general plan, but I have some personal concerns with, in the future, if we're reviewing development projects here, if we're looking at an auto body shop being next to a mixed use neighborhood, it would be hard for me to support something like that. So I think if we're at an impasse, I'm still personally inclined to agree with staff's recommendation. And then perhaps it could be something that we consider when we look at the zoning ordinance.
And Chair Berman, if I might also offer an observation, in my experience anyways, business park, light industrial type uses typically are developed on very flat, open areas that provide space and maneuverability for larger vehicles and trucks and so forth. This area is relatively steep. It probably doesn't have the topography that lends itself well to a traditional business park type of development pattern. My thinking anyways with respect to a mixed use building is there'd be some opportunity to tuck it in and stagger it and stair step the building or work more with the topography and the type of circulation and maneuverability for regular retail, commercial, and service personal services and residential units is different than for a light industrial business park type of development.
Chair Hauser. Vice Chair.
So that's well taken. And so then I will concur with Chair Berman, and I also support the changes that are proposed by staff with that clarification being made. But I will reserve my comment on the Crespi Business Center and just some cleanup on that one.
And Vice Chair Hauser, could I ask for clarification? It seemed like there was perhaps some ambiguity in the mixed use neighborhood and mixed use commercial designations. Would you be in favor of adding personal to services so that it's clear it's intended to be personal services?
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful.
Are there any other commission comments regarding the changes presented in the staff report for land use? I don't see any. So it seems like we all agree based off of this most recent change for clarification. So moving on to our commission comments on land use. Does anyone have comments specific to this chapter? Vice Chair Hauser. You're on a roll. Keep going.
Well, I wanted to talk about the unnamed San Pedro Avenue site because I think that what, through the chair, what Commissioner Domerat brought up during the questions that he asked was really an important question. And I think we heard, it was also a really important point that a lot of what we heard from the community was feedback on the site. So I went very deep on this particular piece of land. And what I wanted to share was kind of what I found and what I think we should do. So I think it's important to note that this piece of property is currently allowing 22 dwelling units per acre under the current general plan. So anything that is proposed in this general plan is a reduction to that. I also think it's really notable that land use policy I-29, which is on page 4-31, is very specific to this parcel, only allowing 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Now, where I think this is confusing and needs some correction throughout the land use element is that there are other places in the land use element where it maybe doesn't seem as clear that this piece of land is intended for such a low density. And I think a lot of the comments we received on Monday night about how this is going to be a 70 or more residential parcel would be really well clarified by clarifying some of the parts that we're talking about. So, I mean, the site is already mapped in this general plan as having sensitive vegetation on it. I know Chair Berman, you had asked a lot about the wetlands, and I think staff provided a really good response on why it's not mapped. I think section 4-20 calls out requirement for, or page 4-20 calls out requirements to study coastal hazards, vulnerabilities, biologic resources, and specifically sensitive habitat and wetlands. And I think it's also helpful to note that even though that's very specific in the general plan, that there are all of these particular permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So it's all of, if any of those things come up, it would have to go through the Army Corps and Regional Water Quality Control Board and all of these different agencies. So I actually think that sensitive resources are really thoughtfully covered in this section as well. I do think what's confusing is that on table 4.2, which I'm going to go to really quickly. Bear with me. So it's page 4-23, 4-2, residential build out under the general plan. We've designated CRMU, which is up to 15. Yes, thank you. It's up to 15 dwelling units is how we've defined it. And we've shown the build out as 70 units. So the projected density of units per acre is 15. Clearly, if we're limiting this piece of land to 5 dwelling units per acre maximum, we cannot honestly expect a 15 DUA build out. So I think this table needs to be updated to accurately, based on the acreage, accurately reflect the new housing units that build out. So that's I think the first thing that will help ameliorate some of the confusion. I think in the designation CRMU itself, which I'll go up to, sorry, there's a lot of pages here. 4-6, coastal residential mixed use. It says sites may be developed up to an overall density of up to 15 units per gross acre. It has, I think what would be really helpful is adding a clause in there that says, except that the unimproved San Pedro site should be 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre, consistent with land use policy LU-I-29. Okay, so I think clarifying that will be really helpful. And then the last thing that I think is really confusing is if you go to, there's another table, 4-1, which is on page 4-10. Under CRMU, coastal residential mixed use, instead of saying up to 15, it says 10 to 15, which is obviously the minimum there conflicts with what we've said elsewhere. So staying solely on this particular site, I think that we resolve a lot of the confusion by making this internally consistent to what it's really clear. I mean, the policy is the only one that specifically addresses the site. So I think as long as we just make it clear and direct people more to the policy, there will be less confusion, as well as less confusion for future, people who look at this site and who think that they have a certain development potential that then they maybe try to leverage state law to achieve.
Chair Berman, may I?
Yes, go ahead. Please feel free to respond immediately.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hauser, I think you've raised some very helpful points with respect to differing descriptions of the CRMU and the potential confusion that could result from that. I think one question I have, like to your point about having the CRMU land use designation specifically point to a policy number. If it's more appropriate for that very particular approach, or if it would be better to have more generalized language in CRMU and in any other land use designation where maybe further limited by a site-specific policy in this land use element. I think the key issue that I'm hearing you trying to address is an argument that inconsistent parts of the general plan might entitle a developer to a higher density than is intended in the general plan, and being very specific about our objective standards and how much development is allowed in which locations. So I would just hate for there to be some further, city council amendment or policy in the future that creates a site-specific policy and then isn't mentioned specifically in a land use designation. Maybe more generalized language, if that would also accomplish the objective, would be more durable. And so if that's something you're open to, I would hope that Ms. Sharma could offer her opinion if that would be an acceptable approach to provide some more flexibility to that.
It is something I'm open to. I would love to hear what Ms. Sharma has to say. And as you were saying that, so first of all, I completely agree with you. And as you were saying that, I think adding, something to the effect of site, except for specifically to density, so up to 15 dwelling units per acre, except where otherwise noted in site-specific policies.
And I would just chime in just to say that I am in agreement with Acting Planner Murdoch on this.
Vice Chair Hauser, just in case Commissioner Godwin has anything to add to this topic, Commissioner Godwin, do you have anything to add to this topic in particular?
Yes, I guess it's mainly a question. Why doesn't the ADU apply to this site? And that would obviously double or so the number of units that could be built there under the right set of circumstances. Christian, if you could let me know, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Commissioner Godwin, is your question about accessory dwelling units? Did I hear correctly?
Yes.
Sure. As a provision of state law, as implemented through the city's zoning ordinance, it may be possible for this or other sites designated for residential development to construct accessory dwelling units or ADUs at some point in the future. That is unknown, and it's not a baseline land use that someone can construct. It's, as its name suggests, it's accessory to some other approved dwelling unit. And so it may be possible for a project on this undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site, for example, to construct ADUs. It's largely dependent on the type of residential development. There's no specificity whether the 3 to 5 units per acre have to be in single family form or duplex, triplex, or multifamily form. The zoning could specify that with more detail. And then the allowance to construct an ADU would be subject to whatever that primary residential use is. As far as density, our code provides that ADUs are not counted towards general plan density. And so it wouldn't fall within that specified range of density. Those are exempt. ADUs are exempt from the density calculations for sites.
So if I understand what you're telling me is at some point in the future, there could be a lot more units on this site if it's the right type of housing was constructed and ADUs were added.
Yes, in concept, that's possible. What's important to note is that being in the coastal zone, and particularly in the appeals jurisdiction of the coastal zone, those ADUs would require an administrative coastal development permit. And the city would have to make findings, as it does with all coastal development permits, that it's consistent with the LCP and appropriate coastal resource protections are in place. As we know, this may be a site with a variety of sensitive resources on it. And so it's not a guarantee that any particular number of ADUs would be allowed to be constructed on the site in protection and preservation of those coastal resources.
Thank you. That makes it much clearer for me.
Commissioner Wright.
Is that perhaps the reason that they went for 3 to 5 as opposed to the more typical 3 to 9 designation?
I think I'd have to speculate to a certain extent, Commissioner Wright, but my recollection of the city council discussions that were extensive on this site didn't consider ADUs. It was really the primary use that was considered and the appropriate amount of development. The city council felt it needed to skew towards the lower end of density in that range. And so that's why they came up with that policy.
Just quickly to add before passing it to Commissioner Domerat, I was a part of the commission during our review of the, at that time, 2014 draft LCLUP, which this site appears on, and my recollection is the same as Mr. Murdoch's. And the commission was in agreement with we had a lot of study sessions with council, and that's kind of a compromise that we agreed on. Did you have anything else, Commissioner Wright? Okay, Commissioner Domerat.
I'd like to pursue a little bit more on the statement that Mr. Murdoch made on the possibility of a site-specific policy and what that would entail. And if we did that, how much time would it take? Would there be value in doing that and then taking additional time to work the public into that feedback? My big concern is that there was just so much mail on this one that I think it bears, on us the challenge to spend a little bit more time. And if we go with a site-specific policy, I mean, that would be the end point, at least, for right now, of where we can go with that. But I would think that we could work the public into that process of developing that site-specific policy and getting some feedback. Maybe we take X amount of time. Now, would that jeopardize our ability to say, we're going to carve that piece out, we're going to do a site-specific policy that may take a month or 2 months longer, but we can go ahead and recommend to the city council approval and bring that in later when we get that resolved?
Yes, so Commissioner Domerat, on packet page 236, you'll see policy LUI 29 on packet page 236. And that is a site-specific policy for the undeveloped San Pedro Avenue site. And that policy was the focus of city council discussion back in 2019 and 2020 that I've mentioned and Chair Berman mentioned. And so the city council has already done exactly what you're describing, and at length considered a variety of different land use approaches to this site and settled on the policies that are in LUI 29. So as I mentioned earlier at the outset of this portion of the meeting today, staff's recommendation is to align with what the city council has already determined for this site-specific policy. Now, with that said, some time has gone by and we've received further input from the public. And so certainly the commission could recommend changes to that site-specific policy. But it's important, I think, at least to understand the genesis of that policy and how it came about and why it's important.
So would you have enough time to take a look at that additional public input to that and come back to us and say, yes, there's value in making some of those modifications and then not jeopardize kind of our timetable?
Well, I think it falls into a relatively narrow set of issues that I understand from the variety of public input. There's a group of comments that says, you can't build anything because there are too many sensitive resources. There's a group that says, allow pumpkin patches or other very low impact type of development on the site, more on the temporary category, temporary uses, or maybe the low intensity visitor serving commercial uses. And then there are those that say, hey, this is private property and, we know something needs to be allowed to be built there, but do it very carefully and thoughtfully. And so it's that last category that I think is best embodied in the policy that's currently in the general plan. The city council very much considered the prior two, sets that I mentioned of the build nothing and the, allow pumpkin patches or other temporary type uses. And so the city council didn't fall, on either of the first two. They fell on the third one. So I don't know that there's much more to analyze. And as we've put in our response to comments for the EIR, there's a robust framework of existing law, permit level policies, and permit level, project level environmental review that would ensure those diligent studies are undertaken in the course of reviewing future development. And so I think it's our sense, like from a programmatic level, which is where the EIR is in this case, and at a higher level policy level for the general plan, we've gotten pretty specific as far as what should be allowed and how you would best protect the resources. But we're open to considering further, approaches if the commission has those to suggest.
So you mean nobody proposed building a harbor at that site? There is a report that came out back in the 40s, not the 40s, but the 50s or early 60s, that actually was developing a boat harbor there of about a few hundred vessels with long jetties coming out. So that was, but okay, I wanted to give us that opportunity to deliberate whether there is value in trying to give the public a little bit more time to work with us. It sounds like you've done a lot of due diligence, and at this point, I'll reserve any more comments. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to add my own kind of like 2 cents to what Commissioner Domrat just mentioned. I think, so I was not on the commission when this happened. I know Chair Berman, you were, but I think there were 5 different public meetings with the council specific to this. And I watched a few of them on, I watched them on PCT, and I went back through a couple of hours of them recently. And a lot of the comments that we received are pretty much the same comments that I saw being made at those 5 meetings. So I do personally feel comfortable that LU-I-29 is a really good representation of what came out of those meetings. Again, not on the commission at the time, so I would defer more to Chair Berman there. But I personally am really comfortable with the idea of making it amply clear that the 15 max does not apply to this site, so that we can respect what came out of that process.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. It was a thorough process, and as Mr. Murdoch mentioned earlier in this meeting, it's been a very long process, and lots of consideration was paid to this site in particular. I am inclined to kind of agree with what I agreed with in the past, and I like Commissioner Hauser's clarification comments, and I support them. I personally don't believe that substantial change needs to occur for the site-specific policy. Commissioner Wright.
I was just wondering if somebody from staff could speak to, there was mention of litigation by some of those people. Any potential exposure that we may have in making that decision, and what the recourse process may or may not be for those potential litigants?
I'll chime in here. So, of course, anyone can sue, but staff is confident that the general plan and the EIR are defensible. This is, of course, a programmatic EIR, and the staff is confident that the designation and the policies means that there is not a significant impact here. So we stand by that conclusion.
Any other comments or deliberation on this topic? Okay, does anyone have comments in the land use chapter to discuss? how about this? How about if there's site-specific deliberation, since we just concluded deliberating on a site for the most part, are there any other site-specific items for the land use chapter? I have one. I mentioned it earlier in my questions. The lot that Samtrans uses and is also identified as a transit hub in the general plan later in the circulation chapter. I don't disagree with the MUN designation for this lot, that it's on Lindemar Boulevard, close to Highway 1, if anyone's not familiar. It's currently, it seems underutilized. It's a huge parking lot and there's not a lot of cars there. So I like the idea of new development there. However, I want to make sure that we are able to maintain the use as a transit hub. And I know a lot of this will probably come with the zoning ordinance, because we'll talk about parking and allowed parking and allowed, pervious versus landscape on MUN sites. But I feel like this site in particular should be a little more flexible to accommodate Samtrans's use. Mr. Murdoch, do you have any kind of response to that?
Yes, Chair Berman. First, I want to draw your attention to packet page 237. There is a site-specific policy for Lindemar Shopping Center and the Park and Ride site.
I'm already there.
Okay, it's
I was there, yeah.
LUI 40. And it has some of the components that you're describing. And perhaps, it could include some further clarification, maybe more particularly to, allowing the maneuverability for buses or some sort of transit center type format. But the policy says allow redevelopment of the Lindemar Shopping Center with additional commercial development along the Lindemar Boulevard frontage. Rezone the north side of Lindemar Boulevard to facilitate mixed-use development while also accommodating the existing park and ride use and improving the pedestrian transit interface. So, that site, I think, does have a great amount of potential. It's sort of very wide and allows, I think, some unique site planning that might allow maneuverability for the buses to continue its transit hub. I could imagine, a very dense, like mixed-use development on part of the site, more of a transit plaza on the other part, perhaps some structured parking potentially to keep or increase capacity of park and ride, to make it more conducive to a more higher utilization of transit. And so I think it makes sense from that perspective, to have a mixed use designation there. But maybe the policy needs some further precision to address some of your points.
And I actually, when my review of the general plan, I agree wholeheartedly with the policies. There's multiple that mention this site, and there's mention of it being a park and ride or maintaining the transit hub. And I agree with those policies. I just want to make sure that we don't get backed into a corner by designating this as MUN, and then we're making it difficult for people to develop on this site while maintaining the MUN designation.
Is your concern that the MUN would exclude those more general public goods like the park and ride and
yes,
transit component?
Yes. But if staff's assessment is that the specific policies will override any definition of MUN, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I want to give Ms. Moore an opportunity to chime in. I'll just say that my initial sense is that we're in reasonably good shape with respect to this site with this policy, given that the site's currently in public ownership. And I would imagine that this mixed use designation and the up to 30 units per acre of density that it could provide because of its size over a half an acre would really make it a good candidate for like a transit-oriented type development in partnership with the public agency having the current ownership control selling it or leasing it on a long-term basis to an appropriate affordable housing developer, for example. And through that site control that the public agency has, also ensuring the park and ride and the transit components are appropriately planned for and represented on the site. If this was a privately owned site, I think I would have more concern perhaps from the perspectives that you articulated, loss of control, the whole site being developed for housing or mixed use and not achieving those additionally important public outcomes here.
Yeah, nothing to add. I agree, Christian.
I think you addressed my concerns pretty directly. So I have nothing else to speak on for this site. Any other comments specific to land use? Commissioner Domerat.
Specific to that site, there's currently a big challenge with the Lindemar Shopping Center and parking in their facilities for weekend beach use. And so I hate to see any kind of policy that would limit, or I'd like to see a policy that would then allow overflow weekend parking in the park and ride. So those of us who live in that area, when you look at the weekends, most of the parking lot is empty. So we're not talking about during the week, but this would be for overflow parking for Lindemar Beach. Part of the parking issue, part of climate change, we've been seeing in 10 years as weather patterns change, more and more weekends are much more used by the public from inland coming to our communities. And we've had some extreme cases 2 or 3 years ago where just everybody parked on the freeway, on Highway 1. So there needs to be some consideration together with when we discuss parking. And I'd hate to, I'd like that area to possibly be considered as an overflow for weekend parking and, charge just like we charge at Lindemar Beach or those areas. So it's just a
Commissioner Domerat, I think one idea that comes to mind for that is maybe a twofold discussion of the parking. So maybe it's including some addition to policy LU I-40 that we were talking about, adding something like explore shared parking facility use between both sites, as well as overflow beach parking opportunities, something along those lines to allow more efficient use between Lindemar Shopping Center and the park and ride site, as well as the beach and the park and ride.
Sounds good. Yeah.
I support that as well, for the record. Commissioner Hauser.
So I want to glom on that I would support, something that refers to shared parking or TDM on that site as well. But I do want to state for the record that this site is really underutilized. And if we, like other cities, had a BART station, we would probably be doing what other cities are doing, which is smart infill growth around BART. And that's housing and commercial space. So I love this mixed use designation in this location because it's been screaming for reactivization for so long. So while I concur that we should have, allow for these TDM measures, the shared parking, which I think is great. It would pain me to see it not be MUN because, again, this is our transit hub. It's the only one we have, and we should really be utilizing it for density.
Agreed. Commissioner Wright.
If we are going to do a shared parking thing there, would it be possible to incorporate some kind of language that puts charging stations there to encourage more electric cars at the same time?
Well, certainly there's already a zoning requirement to do that for new development and significant redevelopment. So it would already, I think, accomplish that, at least to the minimum standards. Maybe, there could be some, policy priority to exceed minimum EV parking requirements, for example, if that's along the lines of what you're thinking, Commissioner Wright. Like strive to exceed EV parking in the shared use parking facilities, something along those lines.
Commissioner Hauser.
Again, sorry, I love that idea. I think EV charging is huge, and I think Cal Green is urging it. And as you noted, it's a city policy. With that being said, I just want to make amply sure that what's being proposed is that where parking exists, there will be shared parking, but that we're not encouraging a lot of this. You know, it's big for Pacifica, but it's relatively small for a transit-oriented development. So I want to make sure that we're not proposing to allocate a certain amount of the site as surface parking.
At least my understanding and my intent is not limiting to just surface parking. I think somewhere there was mention that even a parking structure incorporated with development.
And I appreciate that, Chair. I think I would add maybe that we qualify it that where parking is proposed on this site, that it be contemplated as shared parking, rather than requiring a developer to build, 2 stories of parking structure that becomes beach parking.
Right.
Okay, good.
Sure. Or yeah, agreed.
So Chair Berman, with that discussion, I'll just read back what I captured, and the commission can reorient as necessary. So to the end of that existing policy 40 on packet page 237, we would add explore shared parking facility use between Lindemar Shopping Center and Park and Ride, as well as overflow beach parking, exceed minimum electric vehicle charging requirements consistent with available funding.
Commissioner Wright.
There was another thing that I read, and sorry, I don't know the specific place it was, but something about maintaining existing beach parking for free. Would that lock us into this overflow beach parking is needing to be free, or would the potential developer still have the flexibility to charge for that? Would the city have the ability to generate revenue through that? How does all that intertwine with each other?
Sure. So Commissioner Wright, typically where you see that policy in support of free beach parking, it's a coastal zone related policy. As with the earlier discussion of low cost visitor serving uses, having free or low cost parking available for people visiting the coast is an important policy in the coastal zone. I'm not aware of any restriction on the city's ability to charge for parking outside of the coastal zone. There are other legal principles that might affect how much the city can charge and under what circumstances, but there's no obligation that I know of outside of the coastal zone to have free parking for beach parking. And even in the coastal zone, it's possible to charge for parking, but commonly it will trigger a coastal development permit requirement, for example, that the Coastal Commission will then seek to have certain carve-outs or number of free spaces and so forth.
Mr. Murdoch, back to the statement that you read for the revision or addition to policy LUI 40. I'm okay with that personally. I have one more comment on chapter 4, and it relates to something I touched on earlier. I would like for the land use map to be updated to identify the potential overcrossing at Reina del Mar. And it sounds like staff is amenable to that too.
Yes, Chair, I had noted that earlier. I believe it was figure 4-7.
Yes.
Have that indicated.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any other items to discuss on chapter 4? Commissioner Hauser. Oh, you're on mute still. There you go.
Sorry, no, I have a screaming baby in here, so I'm trying to spare you guys a little bit of crying. So I did want to go through my comments. Let's see. And again, I'll skip over some of them that were in the handout that I gave to staff. Like removing some typos and the lot. But there are some changes that I want to propose, and I'm going to start with page 4-6. Medium density residential, it allows single family apartments, duplexes, townhomes. I'd like that to specifically say including townhome style condominiums. I don't want to limit a whole land use type based on a type of ownership. And I only say that because in high density residential, it specifically calls out that condominiums are allowed, which makes it seem like it's not allowed under the MDR. So it's a townhouse and a townhouse style condominium are the exact same thing. So I'd like to allow that. Under mixed use, it says the general plan provides 3 mixed use designation and creates areas where housing and active commercial may be integrated. I would like that to say where different land uses, such as housing and commercial uses, may be integrated. A lot of my comments that you're going to see are in light of the Housing Accountability Act and some ways that our language may be misinterpreted. So that is just a very simple clarification that will help in that regard. I mentioned earlier during my questions that I didn't see FAR mentioned anywhere, a minimum FAR. And so what I would like to propose is some sort of policy on both building heights. I think we already have one for building height that says we're going to work to remove the single height limit throughout the city. I'd like to have one that says we'll have a policy that through zoning, we implement different base FARs in both mixed use and commercial zones. I already spoke about the CRMU clarifications, but I did want to note that on land use diagram 4-3, we have densities spelled out for every single designation except CRMU. So I would like to add that density to the housing diagram just for consistency's sake. I would like it to be noted that commercial spaces, we say a lot that ground floor commercial is required. It should be noted that commercial is not required outside of public streets where it's unviable or unable to attract tenants. I don't think if you have a frontage along a public street, I don't think by having ground floor commercial 3 buildings back off of a private street within a development, I think that's going to be wasted space. So I'd like to make a note that that's solely on street frontages. Within that section, it says that this is the MUN. MUN designation allows a density range of 16 to 26 units per gross acre and non-residential development with an FAR up to 1.0 on sites. I would just say that are 5,000 square feet instead of with 5,000 square feet or greater. Mixed use center, I'm now on 4-7. The land use maps need to be adjusted to show the 30 to 50 dwelling units per acre that are specified in this section. Some say up to 50 and some just say 50. So if we're going to be 30 to 50, let's keep it 30 to 50 throughout the chapter. Moving on to 4-8 under beach and commuter parking. It says beach boulevards properties serving Pacifica Pier and Sharp Park should be conserved as part of the development of that site. I think it should say serving Pacifica Pier and Sharp Park are not part of that designation and should be conserved as part of the development of that site, just to be amply clear as to what was intended. 4-9 under urban reserve. Existing legal lots less than 10 acres in area shall be allowed to develop 1 dwelling unit maximum. I'd like to add the word maximum, consistent with all other applicable zoning and development standards. I want to make sure no one is building more than what we've anticipated. I'm now on table 4-1. On the column to the far right, non-residential intensity FAR maximum, that should be both footnotes 3 and 4. Footnote 3 talks about maximum FAR in the non-residential as well. So let's make sure that's amply clear. CRMU, I already talked about up to 15 instead of 10 to 15. And then again, here's where mixed use center says up to 50, where it should say 30 to 50. And then I would maybe add a footnote for non-conforming lots that matches the description like you've done in other sections. I Chair, that's probably like the first half of my comments. Do you want me to stop?
I mean, keep going. Well, I guess a question, Commissioner Hauser, were these emailed to staff and can they be forwarded to us for public record? In which case, I would be happy to accept that.
They were emailed to staff, and I believe Mr. Murdoch has forwarded them during our lunch break. I'm trying to steer clear of the ones that are just minor corrections and stick to only the ones that are potentially ones that people think are controversial.
I mean, it sounds like most of them are clarifying, which I agree with, and consistency as I follow along as you're relaying them. Are there any that would change a land use designation or like a density?
Let's see.
And sorry to cut you off. One that you did point out that actually I did have a comment on, the fact that mixed use center, the density is intended to really be 30 to 50. With that, I think the figures need to be updated with the asterisk.
Yeah, I concur with that. Okay, I'll be maybe a little bit more strict with what I think is like an actual change. I have some glossary changes that applied, but I don't think we need to talk about them. On 4-12 for below market rate program, I would want to note that this may be updated by ordinance from time to time, just so that we don't get stuck with what we've said in the general plan as council continues to make changes. And then I added we're indicated on the land use diagram to like 10 different things. We don't need to talk about that. And then within the sphere of influence section on 4-22, I just added some clarifying language that the land uses that we're applying to Shamrock Ranch, that they should be divided between within the sphere of influence and outside of within the city and outside of the city within the sphere of influence. So if there are questions about that, maybe we talk about them now, but otherwise I don't think we need to do it.
Commissioner Hauser, while you're kind of reviewing, I may pass it to Commissioner Wright.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Wright.
One quick question for a point of clarification. You said on the 10-acre parcels, a maximum of 1 unit. How does the ADU requirement work with that?
Well, if you'll allow me to answer, Commissioner Wright. So if the property qualified for construction of an accessory dwelling unit pursuant to the zoning, it would be allowed to construct it. And as noted earlier, accessory dwelling units are not subject to the density limitations in the general plan, and so they do not count towards the density.
Commissioner Hauser, please continue.
Okay, so I only have two more. On LU-1-10, it's walkable and transit-oriented development. I would remove all of the italics that have been specified in here and just say as shown on land use diagram 4-3. I'm not sure if there was some sort of intention that that staff had with adding this italicized section, but I feel like we've spent so much time developing a thoughtful land use diagram and policies. I don't know, it doesn't seem to try to override like some of the other site-specific policies. It just seems to confuse them. So I wanted to make sure before I proposed that was talked through.
Right. I think my sense is the italicized section was trying to highlight some of those potential opportunity areas, right? Some of the example specific locations, but I don't think it's intended to be limited to just those locations, which it could be confused to mean or misinterpreted to mean that. I don't know that much is lost by deleting the italicized sections, but Ms. Moore, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I'm fine with that change.
Okay. That. I mean, aside from what I've already said about the Crestview Center, I think that's probably all I have. And I don't know if we need to talk more about that, if people had any sort of concerns there. Yeah, I think that's probably all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Does anyone else have any other comments or responses to what Commissioner Hauser presented, or in addition to? Or Mr. Murdoch, would you like to respond in any sense? Okay.
Yes, Chair Berman, thank you. So with the first batch from Vice Chair Hauser, I didn't fully capture all of them. I didn't have a chance to compare the document that she provided to see if they were clear from that. So maybe we can just walk back through some of them. For the mixed, the medium density residential land use designation, I understand the ambiguity surrounding condominiums. I think my sense is that the form of ownership is somewhat irrelevant to that designation description, and it might be preferable to just remove condominium where it's mentioned as opposed to further adding a form of ownership to other land use designations, but open to the commission's preference on that.
I totally concur. I was kind of hoping you would say that. I'm looking for, do you remember what page that was? Oh, never mind, I found it. Yeah, I actually think instead of calling out, what I would propose is we don't make a change to MDR, and then under high density residential, instead of condominiums, we stay stacked flats, which is I think what was the intention here.
Thank you. And I think just as a more general matter, I want to clarify for the commission and for the public that given the unique development pattern in town, including particularly a lot of very small lot sizes and the lot pattern that exists, largely from the older subdivisions from the early 1900s prior to our incorporation, there are many areas where medium density and high density residential development is occurring, but in single family residential form. And so just to be clear, medium doesn't always mean duplexes and triplexes, and high density doesn't always mean apartments or condominiums. It can come in a variety of built forms. And I think these land use designations are just trying to explain that, not necessarily be limiting in the form in which the developments can take. Ultimately, the zoning will largely guide what those specific uses or building types or form factors will look like. And so I just wanted to clarify that point for the commission. And so I think, adding stacked flats as perhaps a likely outcome in high density residential is a helpful clarification. And then extracting condominiums out because it's not a form of development, it's a form of ownership is probably the best outcome there. Next, you had a comment, Vice Chair Hauser, on mixed use, and I didn't capture what that was as you were explaining it.
This was the section called mixed use on 4-6. I would just say the general plan provides 3 mixed use designations to create areas where different land uses, such as housing and commercial uses, may be integrated.
So it's just the phrasing of the narrative there?
It's just the phrasing. And again, I know it seems immaterial, but with some of the stuff that's going on at the state level, these things are kind of important. And then, yeah, honestly, Mr. Murdoch, almost all of this was covered in my letter to you. So unless there are things that were not clear there, I think you probably have most of the stuff. I didn't add anything.
Great. Yeah, I think the rest of it largely made sense to me. But the only other one that didn't come through clearly was the Beach Boulevard parking statement that you made. So can you just spend a moment to clarify that and where it is in the document?
Beach Boulevard parking.
I think it was in reference to should preserve the public beach parking as part of a future project. Was that?
Oh. Do you remember what page it was on?
I didn't note a page, which is part of the difficulty here. I think there's a site-specific policy. Let me see if I can find that. So I don't know if it was policy CI. Oh, sorry, no, it was actually in the land use element. So never mind that. I guess I'll have to look back to your list of comments and see what they addressed with respect to that.
Look back through the list, and if there's anything that needs to be clarified, I'm happy to do it. And then, I want to note that I left out like probably 60% of the clarifiers here. So I just want to make sure that those are looked at, because this was not the full list by any means.
We could also circle back later. Mm-hmm. Okay, does anyone else have any other land use comments? All right, on to chapter 5, the circulation chapter. Does anyone have comments on this chapter? I have a few. So my first comment is for policy CI-G-10, guiding policy. It's on packet page 256. I think at the end of that statement, we should add nor emergency access. So ensure that abandonment or vacation of public rights-of-way does not adversely impact coastal access nor emergency access. Another comment that I have is on CI-I-19. Not really changing any of the substance of this policy, more so rewording it to be a little more proactive. So right now, the policy is the interim standard for intersection of Lindemar Boulevard and State Route 1 and Hickey Boulevard and State Route 35. I think the policy should read something more like, once feasible traffic improvements can be designed, funded, and constructed. Next, the section where the bike facilities are defined, and so that is on packet page 262, and there's small blurbs about the different bike facility classes. I think the class 1 should be enhanced a little bit, similar to the Sharp Park specific plan. I think the Sharp Park specific plan really nicely defines bike facilities by class, and the general plan definitions are a little lacking in my opinion. Specifically, I think the class 1 facility needs to include pedestrian. And that will actually address my comments that I had previously on figure 5-4. But I also want to circle back to my comment about the trails. It's, again, not all of the trails are clear or correctly identified, in my opinion. I think some of them are class 1 facilities. For example, the one off of Higgins. Unless it's staff's opinion, because it's not fully paved, then it does not qualify as a class 1 facility, but it is used by bikes and pedestrians. So if possible, I'd like staff to re-review the trails line type in figure 5-4. And I don't need to re-review what staff determines. I'm happy for staff to look at it and then move it along to City Council.
Chair Berman, before we move along, can you step back to the policy? Can you identify which policy it was where you wanted to add once feasible traffic improvements can be designed, funded, and constructed, please?
CI-I-19.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Domerat.
Let me go back to CI-G-3, safety.
Okay.
It's one sentence, but I think there's a lot to that one sentence. And I guess I want to ask Mr. Murdoch and staff, is there anything in our policies for circulation, more for arterial roads, side road, community, within the community roads? Is there anything that prevents the use of speed bumps, annoyance bumps for speed control on roadways that become known that there's always a high rate of speed illegally, but it does occur, or in front of schools where we can get people to slow down more in front of schools? Is there anything in our policies that prevent the use of those kind of devices?
I'm not aware of any. Ms. Moore, perhaps you could do a search while I'm responding to another aspect of that. So the only other consideration, Commissioner Domerat, that comes to mind for me right now is with that CI-G3 policy, right, that's sensible, but very broad and non-specific. The city does need to balance a number of different safety priorities when considering interventions like speed humps, for example. I remember, in other work in my career, the fire department in a different jurisdiction was concerned about speed humps because they said every speed hump or speed bump that you add, adds 10 seconds to the response time or whatever the number of seconds was. There may be ways to design around that. Perhaps Deputy Chief Johnson can offer his thoughts and experiences on those types of improvements. They have their place, but they're not without potential other drawbacks.
Okay.
Chief Johnson.
Thanks. Yeah, I can't say I have a ton of depth of knowledge on that, but there are some that are designed specifically with cutouts to fit the width of our wheel pattern on our fire engines and fire trucks, so we don't have to slow down as much. They still are effective against passenger cars, but they require us to slow down less in the fire apparatus. So I know there's different designs out there that help to alleviate some of that potential loss of response time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Johnson. And so Ms. Moore has confirmed that we haven't identified any policy that would preclude use of those types of traffic calming or speed management devices. And so I think that would just fall into the balancing considerations, as we mentioned, of achieving safety. It means a number of different things, including slowing down vehicles to protect pedestrians, let's say, but also ensuring reasonable response times for first responders, for example.
And just want to note that policies CI-23, Design for Safety, talks about incorporation of safety measures. CI-25, Emergency Access, talks about requiring development to incorporate emergency access needs.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And for the record, if it helps with your comfort level, Commissioner Domerat, I implement traffic calming measures often on my projects that I work on for work, and I personally didn't see anything barring them. What I've seen in other jurisdictions is usually something like that, or encouraging them, is often in like a master plan level or specific plan level, planning for a new street and traffic calming measures need to be incorporated from this intersection to that intersection, if it helps your comfort level. Are there any other comments before I have one or two more on this chapter? Commissioner Wright.
I had a quick question. Is there anything as part of this that precludes us that if we in the future we want to change the parking by bike paths to be on the car traffic side of the street with the bicycles by the curb, that would preclude us from being able to do that in the future? What I get concerned about is in the event that, say, there's a moving truck that comes and parks that obstructs part of the bike lane, that we're going to force those bicycles more into oncoming traffic. And so if in the event in the future it becomes a good idea to change, there's nothing that's going to stop us from doing that, is there?
I don't think so. I'm not aware that the general plan has that level of specificity prescribing the design. There are some, I think, typical example designs for various configurations, for instance, in the Sharp Park specific plan, let's say. But ultimately, that level of design work, occurs based on the constraints and opportunities of a particular roadway segment and amount of right-of-way. And so the city engineer could ensure that that's included in that design at that time.
Commissioner Godwin. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Wright, were you done? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Godwin.
I didn't see anything in the chapter that talked about electric bikes versus original manual bikes. And some of them seem to have fairly powerful engines and big batteries. Is there any safety concern about allowing electric bikes everywhere that you allow pedaled manual bikes?
I mean, my sense is yes, there are potential safety concerns. What I don't know is whether the vehicle code of the state, for example, considers electric bikes to be bicycles or some other type of vehicle like a motorcycle. I just don't know the answer to that, and whether they would therefore, be disallowed on a bicycle path and have to use the regular roadway, for example. I just don't have the knowledge of that issue.
Okay, I don't either. It just came to me as we were talking. So thanks.
And actually, I have no further comments on this chapter. They were actually all addressed. Commissioner Hauser.
I concur with all of your comments, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments or deliberation on circulation aspect of the general plan?
Oh, I just wanted to note just a little bit more information about electric mobility devices. I just looked in Pacifica's 2020 Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, and there is a section that says regulations on e-bikes are found in the California Vehicle Code. However, lack of statewide regulations for e-scooters allows individual jurisdictions the opportunity to set their own parameters for speed and other items. But use of electric bicycles and other micromobility devices on trails is governed by the trail's owner or operator.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. And Chair Berman, before moving on from Chapter 5, it sounds like we may have reached Commission consensus on the proposed changes to Chapter 5. I don't know that we got Commission consensus on the various proposed changes to Chapter 4. So before too much more time passes, hope that we could confirm whether there's a consensus on the variety of proposed changes, primarily from Vice Chair Hauser.
I agree with a majority of Commissioner Hauser's changes. I voiced my opinions on the mixed-use neighborhood lot that's south of Reina Del Mar along Highway 1. And I think we did come to a consensus. Commissioner Hauser agrees. Is there anyone else? Are there any objections? Sounds like we came to a consensus on the comments that staff understands for Chapter 4.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, do we come to a consensus on chapter 5? All right, I'm seeing head nods as well. Okay, so now we're going to move on to chapter 6. Commissioner Hauser.
I only have one, and it's quick. It's as a response to Mr. Harris's comments that we discussed earlier by question. I would like to propose 2 different changes. One on the first page of chapter 6, the 3rd paragraph down, it says, and has a historic coastal public golf course. I'd like to amend that to say has a historic coastal public golf course and clubhouse. And then on diagram 6-1, I would like to include both the clubhouse and the golf course in there. And I'd like to add the word historic there just for avoidance of doubt.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. I agree with those. And also in my email that I sent to staff as a clarifying item, and also it was forwarded to the Commission for Public Record, I believe I requested the word clubhouse be added to one of the tables for consistency. Any other comments? Oh, Commissioner Wright, sorry. Sometimes it takes me a minute to see your hand because of the yellow background on the wall. No worries.
Here, we can fix that.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Your turn.
Would this be a good place to add something like, we have twilight till almost 9 o'clock at night at this time of year, but is this a good place to add something about how lighting on city fields for youth recreation should be allowed till 9 o'clock at night?
Staff, do you have any thought on that?
Right, I'm thinking about it. I mean, my first reaction is whether there's any CEQA concerns, because we didn't consider, significant changes in lighting and illumination from ball fields, for example, and park areas. Are you talking about large, like field illumination, or ensuring like pedestrian paths or more ground level type light fixtures are more commonplace throughout the city's parks?
More field-like illumination, but basically for the same number of hours of days there is in the summer, but in the winter.
Sure. Ms. Moore, any thoughts on that?
Give me another minute to confirm if you don't mind. Thank you.
I might just offer that it might be something that the community would want to weigh in on before we put it in the general plan. And so it might be something that could be controlled through the municipal code as opposed to doing it in the general plan. And Christian, you're mentioning some, potential concerns with light and glare, land use compatibility concerns with the neighbors. I think, had it been introduced earlier and gone through a public review process, and then here we are, then I think it would be fine. But perhaps at this stage, it would be better to try and do it through the municipal code.
Or, another thought, could we do something more general that's perhaps less, lighting specific and more consider ways to expand usability of city park facilities
right
on a year-round basis, something along those lines that could include a number of different approaches that aren't necessarily going to result in large new types of illumination, but
or perhaps policy direction to study it, and if there is consensus from the community, implement it.
Right.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner Godwin.
I think we ought to consider asking the Park, Beach, and Rec Commission too before we insert lights in the area that they typically control. I don't know what other people think, but that's my first thought.
I think that's a good recommendation. I do support Commissioner Wright's recommendation to add some lighting, even if it's just one field in the city. I think it would pose a lot of benefit to the community. Any other comments on Chapter 6 open space? I do have a few, but I definitely want to give others the time to speak.
So Chair Berman, what I've done in response to Commissioner Wright's comment was to indicate creation of a new policy, something along the lines of study ways to increase usability of city park facilities on a year-round basis, and seek PB&R Commission input in developing potential solutions.
Sounds good to me. I'm seeing head nods as well. Any other comments? I'll move into my own. I just have a few. So my first one is on policy OCI 5, packet page 288. And this is about Sanchez Park improvements. I think there should be mention of the dog park in here. And I'm not gonna necessarily constrain what those improvements should be, but that dog park is really not used because it's not enjoyable to be in. And actually the community in Lindemar, they often have their dogs play on the lawn directly next to the dog park, which technically isn't supposed to allow dogs. So I think it would be beneficial to explore ways to improve the dog area and add that into this policy. And ideas, just to throw out there, are some drought tolerant plants, some trees, picnic bench, improving the water features there for dogs, similar to other dog parks, and change in surface. If anyone's not familiar, it's literally just DG, and that's it. My next comment is for policy OCI 34. And I'm going to turn to that one. Oh, yes. I just have concerns with hikers' huts along the coast because I am worried that people are going to just spend the night in them every night, and they're going to turn into homes or places to camp when they're not intended. So I would like to add some clarification to this policy, and apologies, I don't have wording prepared, but I'd like to make sure that we're not welcoming people to just spend the night in a hiker's hut on the coast.
Chair Berman, is it potentially something in this policy that specifies and ensure the design of these facilities reflects their intended use as overnight or day use facilities?
Yes, as day use facilities.
But some of these potentially are intended for overnight, right? Like cabins for hikers or the
Are they? They are. Is there somewhere where we're proposing cabins for hikers along our coast? Is it in the LCLUP?
It's in this policy. It says
okay.
cabins for hikers.
Okay. So it is intended. It is intended to be cabins for hikers, like literally cabins to sleep in.
It doesn't say as much, but to me, a cabin is something that you stay in overnight as opposed to a hiker's hut, which is separately listed, or a kiosk, which is separately identified. And also in this policy, it talks about development of campgrounds on sites where sufficient management and services can be provided. So it seems to me there's a mix of day use and overnight use facilities that are considered here. You know, if your recommendation as a commission is to change that to only day use facilities, that would be a different direction for the policy, but I think currently it's relatively broad and inclusive of both types.
I guess I'd look to see what the rest of the commission thinks, and the aspect I'm more passionate about is the Rockaway headlands. In my opinion, I don't think anyone should be spending the night on the Rockaway headlands. Commissioner Domrat.
Yeah, I have to concur. I think what I thought was being said at that point was the examples that we can use of GGNRA up near the Portola Discovery site and along the Malaga Ridge Trail. There are facilities that they built for uses for the hikers, such as restroom facility and so forth. If you go much further than that, you're really talking about a lot of structure to maintain and to monitor. There's safety issues, there's police issues, there's a lot of those things. So I would not want to throw out night use. I think maybe that's something that can be considered in the future. Maybe in cooperation with the county and or the feds with GGNRA and others. So we can somehow, but I think for the immediate future, a day use facility, I think what most hikers really need is a place just to go to the restroom.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
And that's what I thought it was going to be, because I hike up there all the time now, and sometimes I'm strained to run back down the trail and get home. So I think there's a lot of room to improve those kinds of things.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so enough said.
Okay. I like what Commissioner Domerat said, and I think maybe this policy just needs to be a little more clearly defined. Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Domerat as well. I'm in favor of a few more trash cans, a couple of restrooms, and some day use facilities. I think we are challenged enough with people sleeping on the headlands. Without the benefit of a cabin, we don't need to make it any more enticing.
So, Mr. Murdoch, I mean, I'm happy to leave this in staff's hands, and if staff could work on this policy to just make sure it somehow says it prohibits at least overnight use on at least the Rockaway headlands.
Sure. Let me just offer this for the commission. This policy, from what I recall, did have some focused discussion in our tour of commissions and committees when we went to the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. And they, my recollection, it's been a little while, I think they were the ones to recommend specifically the on-sites where sufficient management and services can be provided. So it seemed important to them to provide some accommodation and support as a policy basis for campgrounds. But they also had that limitation, right, where appropriate services can be provided. So maybe there's just a better way to balance all these improvements with that, not simply limiting it to the campgrounds component. The other item for you to consider is that some of these properties in town, for instance, the Rockaway Headlands or RMI Point, as it's known now, have significant constraints to economic use for their property owners. That's a primarily privately owned piece of property. The Caltrans right-of-way goes some distance into it, but the bulk of it, on the top and the coastal side of it is privately owned. So we are also trying to strike a balance with like the low intensity visitor serving commercial land use and this policy, for example, to demonstrate there's some economic use for these very constrained properties, but also recognizing it needs to be low impact, adaptable, and able to accommodate the hazards that are present. So there was a little bit more to this than simply wanting to discourage, misuse as an overnight accommodation. So maybe we can strike a balance with those factors in mind.
Thank you. Commissioner Hauser.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything because I really agree with you, Chair Berman, and with what Commissioner Domerat had pointed out. But I did have the question that Mr. Murdoch just brought up, which is like, whose land is this and who is maintaining this? And if this is intended to read support others in doing this and maintaining that on their own property, I'd be more apt to support it than if this is intended to say, hey, Pacifica, monitor a bunch of huts that people are going to have long-term use in that's unintended.
I agree with that. Commissioner Wright?
A concern of mine is if people are spending the night, they may well want to do a campfire or some kind of other ignition source in times of high fire danger, and I would be concerned about the potential of that kind of situation. It's just a concern. Is there a way that staff can think of how to address that if they're going to be accommodating any overnight people?
I think it really boils down to that, where sufficient management can be provided component here, because I don't know of a good way to police, people starting fires unless there's someone on site as a management, in a management capacity to enforce the rules against open fires, for example. So what I'm hearing from the commission is there's a pretty significant concern about overnight facilities here. And so maybe it needs to be clearer that maybe retitling this to hiker amenities and then recategorizing it to simply hiker huts, kiosks, restrooms, and other supportive services where sufficient management can be provided, or something along those lines, and be clear that it's not intended to support overnight use, which seems to come with a whole host of other considerations and concerns that are important to the commission.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Hauser.
Chair Berman, if I may, I would propose that we just call this hikers, facilities, and related amenities, and then have it say support the development of hiker facilities on Sweeney Ridge and Rockaway. And that way that way we can make it general, but the appropriateness can be deferred to later.
I do like that. Mr. Murdoch, are you amenable to that change? Making
sure.
this policy a little more general, not pointing at hikers huts, basically.
Yeah, Vice Chair Hauser, could you just read that again a touch more slowly?
Yeah, so I'm going to change the title to hikers, facilities, and related amenities. And then it would say support the development of hikers facilities on Sweeney Ridge, blah, 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 blah.
So are you naming which ones? You mentioned Sweeney Ridge, you mentioned more Rockaway, I guess. What about San Pedro Point? Isn't that city, or is that a conservancy run area? So
I think that's go ahead.
Go ahead.
County Park. But I don't know, Mr. Murdoch.
I don't know, Mr. Murdoch, how does Pedro Point and the hiking trails up there factor into this?
Sure. So I guess a more general question is there a need to limit it to simply Sweeney Ridge and Rockaway Headlands, or?
I would just generalize it.
It seems like that's something that the commission might want to be supportive of in whatever context in town where there are trails, where hikers facilities and related amenities could be supported.
Yeah. Okay.
I support that.
Here.
So support development of hikers facilities and related amenities where sufficient maintenance and where sufficient maintenance can be provided by the facility operator or trail operator, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I think we came to a consensus on that. I'm going to continue on to my next comment, which is on OCI 41. And this comment relates to impediments to public access. And there's a statement that it applies to the coast, but I think this applies to more than just the coast. So I propose removing along the coast in this policy. It shouldn't be a substantial change. It's just not limiting it to the coast.
Right, Chair Berman, I understand the point. This policy is one that's included in the LCLUP, and so it would potentially trigger an amended application to the Coastal Commission for our LCLUP. I'm wondering if there's a way to maybe add a companion policy that's not in the LCLUP that says what you want it to say, but isn't the same policy, for instance.
That sounds good to me. I think we add a companion policy that effectively says the same thing, but it's not limited to the coast. Consistent with the staff report, I think figure 6-4 needs to be updated on Rosita, where the Lindemar Education Center is identified. A portion of that is not public land. So please update that. My next comment is OCI 66, and OCI 58. They should be updated to be consistent with the Civic Center development that is already commencing. I just think those policies just need to be refreshed because we are already pursuing the Civic Center development.
What was the first policy that you identified? I captured OCI 58. Was there another one?
66. Future use of City Hall is what it's called. And then my final comment in this chapter, I did mention this previously, comment policy OCI 59, I think it should mention council chambers, and that's for the Beach Boulevard development. Unless it's in staff's opinion that council chambers are inevitably included in the consideration of that development. And I'm not saying that council chambers needs to remain on this property. I just think that if development commences on this property, there should be a council chambers somewhere.
Sure, I think we could add and include arrangements for ongoing council chambers facilities.
Yes, please. And that concludes my comments on this chapter. Any other comments? Commissioner Wright.
Just a quick question. It does say, I think on OCI 36, where it's talking about maps and guides, would it make sense to encourage it being paperless? So, you take your cell phone, you scan the little thing, and just to avoid paper waste.
I like that recommendation. Anyone else? Commissioner Domrat?
I would venture to guess that a lot of those electronic trails are out there already and views. If you take a look at even things like Google Earth and Google Maps, a lot of the trails are listed on there. And then there's a lot of other, I think the website is called Trails, very detailed trails of all the trails in Pacifica are already there. So I would wonder, do we benefit a lot from even, trying to compete with other hiker apps that already do that? So, I mean, maybe there's a need for better ones, but in everything that I've seen and used, the detail is there already in the electronic format.
Chair Berman, I mean, I don't see anything in that policy that limits it to paper products. Another thought is that this perhaps came up, earlier in the development of these plans, where leveraging the city's trails and open space was seen as an economic development related effort. And then additionally, certainly technology has advanced since this general plan update process started. And I've observed what Commissioner Domrat has observed, which is that a great many trails and open space information resources are available online now or in apps. And so I think there's flexibility in this policy for the city to make the appropriate contributions to the information, getting it into different stakeholders or map providers' hands, or developing its own product of some form, whether it's digital, paper, or both.
I could see where that conclusion's drawn. I mean, I like the idea of incorporating QR codes, especially to a specific map, like the county map specifically, but I'll leave it to the commission on thoughts on updating this policy. Commissioner Hauser?
So I think I agree so far with all of the things that we've heard on 6, but on this particular one, I would agree with what Commissioner Domrat said. I think it creates potentially another process and is confusing.
is the commission okay with potentially leaving policy I-36 as is, given that it doesn't explicitly state that they have to be paper maps?
Chair Berman, I'll add, this is another LCLUP policy, which has those implications for changing it. And then, whether we include QR codes or some other, innovation in the future, I think specifying a particular technology in a document with this time horizon is a little bit overly specific and limiting, perhaps. Use of QR codes or other types of technology are a best practice that we would use in the preparation of this information in the future.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wright, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. Well then, did we reach a consensus on Chapter 6? Are there any other items for Chapter 6? Okay, the commission seems to have reached a consensus on Chapter 6. Moving on to Chapter 7. Are there any commission comments? Commissioner Hauser.
Yes, I have two. I think this is the appropriate spot for what Mr. Murdoch had recommended this morning in response to my Isha question. I think there should be a point in this chapter where Isha is clarified as being both in and outside of the coastal zone. So that was the first one. I have no particular opinion about where it needs to be, but that was my sense. The only other one I think we had spoken about was we had talked a little bit about clarifying that for riparian and other sensitive resources, that there would be, I think what we want to do is kind of list, or not list, but to be very specific and clear that site-specific development is expected to go through appropriate land use permitting through the appropriate biological agencies, whether that be USACE or obviously, I think you guys know where I'm going with that. And then there was also I noticed that we had said this morning that there was a 25-foot riparian setback, but it's listed as 100 feet in the general plan. So I just wanted to get a sense of whether or not we should make that a minimum of 25 feet, to be potentially adjusted on site-specific biological recommendations.
Let me find that policy. Do you have the policy number handy, Vice Chair Hauser?
I think it was on page 7-10. Yeah, so it's CO-I-1, and it's the last bullet point on the page, requiring a minimum of 100-foot setbacks from the top of creek banks or from the outer edge of riparian vegetation. I mean, actually, you know what? I don't know. Now I'm going back and forth with myself. Some of these lots are not even 100-foot deep is kind of my thought, but I also want to make sure that we're being respectful. So, and I think actually there's an asterisk on this, which means it's part of the land use, the LCLUP. Okay, I'm going to rescind my comment on that one, but I do think the Isha clarification and the addition of verbiage about site-specific permitting would be my goals here.
Mr. Murdoch, did you happen to have a response to that?
With respect to the clarification that ESHA can exist outside of the coastal zone as well?
Correct. I mean, I know we touched on, I just saw you went off of mute.
Oh, I may have done that inadvertently. But while I'm here, I just want to remind the commission as well, there were some staff recommended changes in Chapter 7 for us to get to and to discuss.
Noted. Commissioner Domerat.
So I guess in light of the question about 25 versus 100-foot setbacks from creeks, question for staff, how does the FEMA V zone or F zones, flood zones, factor into what those values should be? And was that used and designated in what we should have in our policy?
In which context with respect to the V zones?
I guess it was part of, we were talking about, in terms of maybe construction and a new construction or rebuilt construction, if there's that opportunity and someone is in, I guess an example that Commissioner Hauser was using, you have 2 acres and you have a creek through that, how close are you allowed to build to that creek? I guess it's a function of a lot of different things, including elevation, but I would think FEMA would have some rules that would designate what you can do and not do and how close and how much insurance you're gonna have to pay if you get too close.
Sure, I think there's a different set of policies related to compliance with flood hazards. Sure, I'm not aware that those were specifically considered or integrated with that creek setback. Certainly there's some overlap, which I think is what you're getting at. And so I think those policies would have to be considered together.
Okay.
Are there any other comments on, we're on chapter 8, the conservation chapter. Mr. Murdoch reminded us that we do have some updates that were in the staff report and that staff presented this morning for consideration to this chapter, and I agree with staff's recommendation, and staff has voiced that they're going to continue. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Murdoch, can you remind me of what the revisions were?
So we were looking to clarify with respect to
the golf course. That's the only one I remember. Was there?
So there was a recommended new policy in response to a Fish and Wildlife comment, where the city would advocate for funding and participate in a regional or sub-regional study for wildlife corridors. The specific text is in the staff report on packet page 123. So that was the first one. And then there was language about the heritage tree ordinance policy and expanding that with respect to a canopy goal for the city. And then the potential to also add access to solar from Commissioner Wright's comments. And so those were the two that I had noted for chapter 7.
Right. Okay. And actually, sorry, I mentioned clubhouse because I see that the table that I mentioned previously that the golf course clubhouse needs to be added to is actually table 7-5. Commissioner Domerat. Oh, never mind. Commissioner Hauser.
I support all of those changes. I think they all make sense, and I don't have a problem with any of them.
Do any commissioners oppose? I agree with Commissioner Hauser's kind of summary of staff's recommendations. All right, I see some thumbs up. All right, great. Are there any other comments on chapter 7, or is the commission at a consensus to move forward? All right, I see some head nods and some thumbs up. Great. Moving on to, so commission has a consensus on chapter 7. So moving on to chapter 8. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate 2 things that we've kind of already discussed this morning, as well as I think the recommendation from Mr. Murdoch. So I wanted to formally take the recommendation regarding the landslide mapping that Mr. Murdoch is working on with Dr. Frost and recommend that. I also wanted to add notation that the fire maps adopted by the state are updated from time to time, and as they're published, they become part of the the guiding policies. And then the last one I think was the addition of 8-X, which may be a duplicate of what Mr. Murdoch and Dr. Frost are working on, but I did want to formally recommend that we do that. And that's it for me.
Thank Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Any other comments for Chapter 8? Oh, and I guess for the record, I agree with staff's ongoing work with CGS to update figure 8-X and then also 8-3B.
And so, Chair Berman and commissioners, with respect to 8-3B, I mentioned earlier that we made our best effort to pull available GIS digital mapping information for that debris flow map. However, in addition to clarifying the language on that map to not mention that there are landslides and just strictly limit 8-3B to debris flows, I had suggested potentially not including the map as it's depicted now, but rather to include the non-digital, more static maps, the paper maps that encompass both northern and southern segments of Pacifica. Currently, the depiction of the debris flows is incomplete because the digitized GIS information was incomplete from CGS. So we would substitute 8-3B with 2 other maps that have all of the mapped debris flows available from CGS.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I was interpreting that the map would still be labeled as 8-3B, but you're just gonna, instead of customizing our own map, you're gonna use CGS's map, but it sounds like you're gonna add 2 maps, but you're still gonna use CGS's map, which I definitely agree with.
Yes, I think you've captured it, Chair Berman. So CGS does not have a map to provide us that includes all of Pacifica with all of the mapped debris flows in a single map. So it'll require the use of 2 other maps from CGS to cover the entire geography of Pacifica. They are not fully digitized, and therefore we cannot create them in the same look and feel of the other maps in the general plan. But in the interest of having complete and accurate technical information, we would forego some of that formatting until some future time that information becomes digitized, and we can perhaps repackage it with a safety element amendment.
Okay, thank you. And in my opinion, I think any point in time, especially in this safety chapter, if it's more appropriate to use a state or a county map that is consistent with larger studies beyond just the city of Pacifica, I'm an advocate for that. Any other comments?
Chair Berman, there were 2 other policies that the staff recommendations included. On packet page 125, you'll see that we've recommended changes to SAI 101 and SAI 102 with respect to adding utility service providers to both of those policies so that it's more inclusive. For instance, the water district as one of the utility service providers.
Thank you. I agree with those recommendations. Any other commissioners? Yep, I see a fist nod, thumbs up, and a head nod. All right, another head nod, great.
And then Chair Berman, there was earlier mention in the preliminary discussion of the commission wanting to support PG&E's undergrounding of transmission lines as opposed to the other discussion we had about distribution lines on a project level basis. I just wanted to remind the commission of that point and to see if there was any further discussion on that.
Yes, so this is an item that I brought up, and let me flip. So let's see, packet page 401 is where I jotted some notes. I think it may have to be a new policy because it didn't quite see that there was any policy already in here that specifically pointed to working with Pacific Gas and Electric Company to encourage regular maintenance of electric and gas facilities, including undergrounding facilities when feasible, to minimize electric and gas related fires or incidences or disasters. And I'm quite passionate about adding a policy to this. when the San Bruno gas main burst, I was literally driving on Skyline Boulevard, and my father's a firefighter, and he went to that. Just terrible disaster, and I want to avoid that for the city of Pacifica as much as possible. I'm wondering if anyone on the commission kind of agrees with such a policy that I kind of worded. Commissioner Hauser.
I agree. Can you say it one more time? Just
yeah. The city would work with Pacific Gas and Electric Company to encourage regular maintenance of electric and gas facilities and undergrounding of facilities where feasible to minimize electric and gas related disasters. Commissioner Wright.
Would that include gas meters on new projects? Would they be then located underground in a Christie box or something? Or are you not contemplating anything that large?
I wasn't intending that. I guess, because I think there's probably just a logistics issue with locating, well, I guess it could be in a Christie box, but I wasn't intending that. For the undergrounding, I was mainly implying it for overhead electrical lines. But I didn't necessarily think that the policy needed to be that pointed, but I'm happy to make it more clear if possible, or if under staff's discretion, any revisions to kind of the policy I outlined. And I guess while we're on the topic, my understanding just with working with PG&E is they also are no longer permitting underground transformers. They're really advocating for above ground transformers. So just noted, but I don't think we need to change anything in the general plan regarding that.
Chair Berman, here's what I captured based on the range of discussion there. So there will be a new policy. I don't know if work is the right verb, but we'll just use that as a placeholder. So work with PG&E to encourage regular maintenance of electric and gas facilities, including undergrounding, electrical transmission and distribution facilities when feasible, to minimize utility-related disasters.
I agree with that. I do know the only conflict that I have is I do know that PG&E does not want to underground transformers anymore. That could be just, I don't think we need to change the policy because our policy isn't going to change PG&E. So I'm okay with what you stated. I see some head nods. Does anyone have any addition or comment on this item?
So Chair Berman, I'll just make a general comment. So I think it's reasonable that this general plan policy might not dictate the actions of PG&E, but where these policies become helpful is when, whether it's PG&E or some other governmental entity is looking for places to prioritize their projects. They like to see that there's support in the general plan and in other city documents for the project that they're undertaking. And so this could be a way to make sure we get on the list, right, for a project by some entity to undertake this type of work.
Yes, and I think it also applies to a comment provided by one of the commissioners earlier that we should really encourage PG&E to underground their facilities, especially at our city limits. Okay, I do have, just because I really don't want to forget it, I have one more comment on this chapter, and it's related to a definition that is included in the LCLUP, and that's for the SESM, substantially, oh goodness.
Substantial exterior structural modification.
Yes, yes, and I remember in 2019, the commission and the city council worked hard to update that very thorough definition. And especially because we reference SESM in this chapter, I think that definition should be added to the glossary here.
Understood. So the issue is that it's not in the general plan glossary?
Correct. It's not in the general plan glossary. do have one more comment, and this relates to something that I mentioned earlier for policy SAI 11 regarding the prohibiting development on 35% slopes, higher than 35% slopes. I just want to say, when we discussed that earlier, I think my concerns were met, because I understand if there's infill property that, you know, is in the middle of a neighborhood and it's a residential vacant lot, that even though it's entirely sloped 35% or more, we are not prohibiting development on that site. It's just we're encouraging developers to develop on the non-sloped portions of their property. Is that correct?
Right. So again, the caveats of the fact-specific nature of such a question, right? In the instance of a legal lot and no place to develop that's less than 35%, I think you would be likely to see a city analysis and conclusion that the city has to allow some type of development, more than likely. And so it's not intended to result in takings of people's property in this instance. I think it's also a good basis of policy support for reviewing larger projects. For example, subdivisions, where they may want to get up on those very steep elevated portions of the sites because those are the multi-million-dollar views. But with a general plan policy, you know, prohibiting and strongly discouraging that development on those portions of the sites, it really gives us a stronger basis to try to push those subdivisions to less steep portions to preserve the prominent steep hillsides and ridgelines that are important to our community.
Thank you. That's all my comments on Chapter 8. Are there any other comments on Chapter 8? Commissioner Domrat? Yep.
You have to wait till I raise my hand.
I saw you.
Just a point of clarification. I guess I'm looking at the original report, not the red line report. So I'm looking on page 814, where it talks about shoreline protection programs. And I was just wondering, there's a statement there. It says, in addition, the city is continuing to maintain and improve the existing seawall and revetment originally constructed in 1962 at Rockaway Beach. Is that the area at the end of the road, or does that include the parking lot to Nick's? And then there's a little section that I would assume is also public in front of the Moonraker restaurant. Is that whole reach, or is it just segments of that?
Yeah, Senior Civil Engineer Ray Dungeness is here. Mr. Dungeness, do you have some specific knowledge of the areas that the city maintains in Rockaway Beach? Mr. Dungeness, do you have any knowledge of the area maintained by the city in the Rockaway Beach area? So, Commissioner Domrat, I don't have full knowledge of the extent of those improvements. I think we may want to circle back.
We could do that.
Mr. Dungeness.
No worries. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Domrat, understanding that we're probably at the end of reaching a consensus for Chapter 8, will an answer to your question kind of bar you from being okay with Chapter 8 as discussed?
No, it was just kind of a clarification as to the involvement of, you know, city taxpayers' dollars and what portions of that is, if the whole area is protected by the city, then that all has to be public area. And I was just curious as to whether, you know, there was a sharing in there amongst the property owners. So, and that wouldn't nullify anything that we talked about.
Okay. Mr. Murdoch?
Yeah, right. All I was going to add is there is some unique history in that area with respect to the original subdivision and public rights of way. There is perhaps an area that used to be seaward of the current configuration that perhaps could have been in the public right of way that resulted in the city constructing those improvements. And so, again, it's a little bit more detailed, and Mr. Dunguinis would probably need to give the history of that.
Okay, well, I guess for the record, perhaps additional clarification can be added prior to City Council public hearing, assuming that we recommend this to City Council. And I see a thumbs up from Commissioner Domrat on that. Is it Commissioner Hauser?
Hi, Chair. Sorry, seeing that we're pushing up against 4, I just wanted to add my comments that I don't have anything on chapters 9 or 10, so I'll sit silent, but I'm putting it out there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Are we reaching a consensus for chapter 8? I see some head nods. I don't see any additional hands. So I think the commission has reached a consensus for chapter 8, incorporating discussions on what staff presented to us with the staff report in this morning. Moving on to chapter 9, are there any comments on chapter 9? And I will note that Commissioner Hauser has voiced that she does not have any comments on chapter 9 nor 10. I actually do not have any comments on chapter 9. My basic understanding of noise implementation and policy is consistent with what I'm seeing here. Any comments? And I see some head shakes, so no comments for chapter 9. Going once, going twice. Okay, I think we reached a commission consensus that we have no comments on chapter 9. I appreciate staff's work on chapter 9. It was very thorough, and it seems consistent with what regional policies are too. On to chapter 10. Are there any comments on chapter 10? This is the implementation chapter. I see some head shakes. And I'll note that Commissioner Hauser mentioned that she does not have any comments on chapter 10 either. I don't have any comments on chapter 10 either. And going once, going twice. Sold. Okay. So I think the commission has also reached a consensus on chapter 10 with no comments. And I also want to note for the glossary and abbreviations, I think there were comments mentioned today that do impact the glossary. Commissioner Hauser.
Thanks, Chair. That's exactly where I was going. So in the document I sent to staff that was then distributed out, so that's, again, Chapter 4, I did have several glossary comments in there that I just wanted to state for the record. So I would really appreciate if we could take a look. Most of those were consistency. So like, you know, the percentage of allowable density bonus allowed by the state matches what's in the body of the document, but not in the glossary, things like that. So just if you could take a look and let me know if there are any questions.
Are there any other comments or deliberation items regarding the glossary or the abbreviations? I did already mention mine and staff confirmed they received it. And I don't see any hands. Well, I really appreciate that. Oh, Commissioner Domrat.
Wasn't there a federal law to get rid of all acronyms? Isn't that? So do we have to have this chapter? Never mind.
I like the acronyms, just to be clear. I needed them for some items.
As an ex-federal government worker, I know all about acronyms. So.
In California, there's a lot of acronyms. Commissioner Hauser.
If it's appropriate, Chair, I'd like to move on to something that's unrelated to the specific elements or the glossary that was brought up by both you and Commissioner Domerat during the questions component. Is this an appropriate time?
Please. Yes, please.
So we had talked about the review date not being in April, and I understood from Mr. Murdoch's response that that we could have it after January 1st. I do think it worthwhile. Sorry, I see Commissioner Wright shaking his head. Maybe I misunderstood, but I understood that it couldn't be in October. I do think it worthwhile to pull it ahead by the 6 to 8 week time frame that Mr. Murdoch had quoted. So if everyone is supportive of that, I would like to throw in my hat for that. And then I also believe, Chair, that you had mentioned past land use overrides, and that between now and the council hearing, we were going to come up with kind of a run through of what those were. I think it would be really useful to start a database so that ongoing those things, I just don't want to have this process happen again in 10 years and then all of the good work that staff does get lost again. So I think it would be really helpful if that become a document that is a living document rather than just, notes that go into some meeting minutes. So those were the only other two non-chapter things that I had.
Sure. And really quick before I pass it to Commissioner Wright, yes, I would like to recommend to staff that some living database be started for just tracking the land use changes. And I think staff thoroughly answered my question regarding their review of recent land use changes or general plan changes. And I'm trusting that staff did do a thorough review. And then I also appreciate that staff, if a mistake were found in the future that was adopted with this general plan, but it's an undue burden to some single family homeowner, similar to the Rosita lot that we saw today, but we are amending. Staff has voiced that they will prioritize, make that staff initiated change for the general plan. Commissioner Wright.
I just wanted to say, I thought that Mr. Murdoch had suggested mid-February as a time to start.
I think that was the case. Yes.
Right. I think, Chair Berman, I think what I had said was ultimately the scheduling decision is for the city manager. I've spoken with him about this concept and he was supportive of it. He agreed, I think, for the same reasons that you did, that having a better feedback loop on the general plan at least once per year through that formal process has great value for the community and for the city council, and getting that input in time such that the city council can consider it in its goal setting process in March made a lot of sense. And so the staff is certainly in support of that change. I don't know that it makes sense as a recommendation in the body of the general plan necessarily, but perhaps there could be a recital in the commission's resolution, for example, that gave a nod to that recommendation and supported alignment of the annual progress report with the February timeline, city council goal setting in March.
I'd like to add that for the record right now and tell me if anyone disagrees, but the Planning Commission supports the planning director's ongoing conversation with the city manager about strategizing the timeline for review of the general plan to help influence the city council's annual goals. Does anyone disagree with that on the commission? If your hand's raised and it's about this, feel free to speak.
Commissioner Godwin, your hand was raised first. Did you want to speak on this?
I wanted to speak on two things. One, it'd be a lot simpler if we put the general plan in a document management system. It would provide both the database and the retention of records and ease of updating. So if I can make that suggestion again. And second, I think it's a good idea, but we've got to provide staff flexibility over that 6-week period to allow for them to do this when they actually have time to do it.
So, Mr. Murdoch, we support you in those discussions. Commissioner Hauser.
So I just want to make a small adjustment to what you suggested, Chair Berman, because I do agree that we support those discussions. I think that we need to plant a flag because there is so much going on. So I would like to amend the recommendation to say that it shall be in February, or if staff's ongoing discussions have a different suggestion, that's then brought back to the commission to discuss further. Because what I foresee happening is those conversations happen and then we never get the resolution unless we put a stake in the ground. So that is how I would propose to move that one forward. And I also agree with Commissioner Godwin's document management point and would be happy to support it.
Commissioner Domerat.
So with the flag planted, is there any additional input we can afford the public to provide to the Planning Commission earlier than that time frame that would then help staff to prepare that report? You know, in the November time frame, maybe allow the public to come and talk about, you know, where we've gone from the initiation into the implementation, and kind of get a sense and read of what the level of effort may be at that point. Is there any value in that?
Mr. Murdoch, is there any constraint to not allowing that?
I think there is. So the more you try to pack in between December 31st and presentation to the council, the harder it's going to be for staff to actually complete the report. These reports take a fair amount of time to go through and catalog, even for the relatively simple housing element component of the annual progress report. We don't yet have a sophisticated, what's called a land management system to generate reports on various types of approvals and so forth. And so there's still a lot of manual work to go through and pull from our building permit tracking system and planning commission approvals and city council approvals on appeal, all of the approvals and the details of those projects for the housing element component. And that's not even talking about all of the other elements of the general plan and all of the many detailed policies now that would be in this updated general plan that were not in the 1980 general plan. And so I need to plant a flag as well to allow staff time, sufficient time with all of our other responsibilities to actually conduct good work in preparing that report. And so I think supporting the city manager's scheduling of that report to city council in February is about as much as I can offer my support and recommendation for to you. Beyond that, like if you wanted to schedule something at the Planning Commission in January, there's really just not enough time to prepare a report and to have a pre-hearing on the hearing, if you will. So I think some other mechanism would have to be conceived. What I think of in that sense is that every Planning Commission meeting, there's a general public comment component, right? So nothing's limiting the public from coming to the Planning Commission at any meeting. And offering its thoughts on the general plan and what's working well and not working well. And so the commission will be cognizant of that, staff will be cognizant of that, and we can use that as a mechanism as well to inform that annual report to City Council.
Commissioner Hauser.
Yeah, well, in my heart, I want to do what Commissioner Domerat spoke about. I think what Mr. Murdoch just explained about public comment does make sense to me, and I if you're okay with that, Commissioner Domerat, I would be comfortable with that too. I think I still would like to have this February. February is the date, Mr. Murdoch, that you offered, and I'd like to put a stake in the ground there. I'm going to keep using metaphors about planting flags and stakes and all sorts of things. But again, subject to additional staff feedback at a later date, we can move it. I just think that we need to, I don't want it to float. I think it's important that it doesn't float.
And I'm fine with that. I certainly don't want to lump any more work on staff. They're going to be quite busy also. And I'm fine with, the public at our meetings in the fall, any one of those meetings. I mean, we do have an agenda, but during public comment, maybe we can address some of those things or ask them to address what they saw in the last 3 months. I would probably, suggest, I can only suggest to what the public wants to do, but to kind of wait until the implementation starts moving a little bit, and not come to the commission on the first first meeting in August when this thing is just going. But again, they could say whatever they want whenever they want, but give it a little time to get the gears greased up and moving. And then we certainly want to hear back from the public at whatever those meetings are, whatever commission meetings they would like to part of kind of how they feel about how things are going. So.
And also, go ahead, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, Chair Berman. 2 points. One, I just want to remind the commission as well that I think it was last year that the commission added a component to its annual report for a number of speakers on topics that were not on the agenda as a metric of sorts to demonstrate that sounding board function of the Planning Commission. So I think that's maybe another example. There will be the emergent community issues that certainly get some number of those types of comments, but we could direct the energy of the community to also come in and utilize that as an informal way to relay thoughts about the general plan at any given time. And then also I wanted to confirm that Public Works staff is available again to answer any questions about the Rockaway Beach seawall to Commissioner Domrat's inquiry.
Yes, Commissioner Domrat, do you mind reminding Public Works of your question?
So the question had to deal with the statement that the city continues to maintain and improve the rock revetment structure at Rockaway. And my question is it the entire structures that we see today? Is it only for the portion of where you can envision the public road to be, or does it include the entire stretch? That was just a question of clarification of how much of Rockaway is being maintained by the city.
Sure. So in terms of the Rockaway beach revetment, Public Works observes and inspects the area, and that's the extent of the maintenance is just inspection and making sure that it's in good condition, so that good and safe conditions. So our responsibility is to make sure that it's in working condition or in satisfactory condition.
Okay, so any maintenance items, is that covered by the city? So any rock that rolls out into the ocean further, and it states in the report that, that is gathered, placed back on the revetment, or any new rock placed on a revetment, is that a maintenance item that the city does?
Yes, and so, and as I said, we do an inspection and we do a report. In fact, we did one last year, and should any of those rocks go out, then we do try to place them back into the proper locations.
Okay, nothing further at this point.
Thank you, Deputy Director Bautista. And thank you, Commissioner Domrat, for your question. Well, I given the hour, we've been deliberating for 6 hours, and I think we did a darn thorough job of this general plan. And I really appreciate everyone on the commission, everyone on staff, all the effort put in. I don't think we are going to be able to deliberate on the Sharp Park specific plan today. I do think we need the same amount of time allocated to that plan. However, I personally do feel comfortable with the general plan and the EIR, even the aspects of the EIR that do cover the Sharp Park specific plan, because my comments on Sharp Park specific plan actually should not, and I'm fairly confident they do not impact the general plan nor the EIR. So I am really happy to entertain a motion to recommend approval of the general plan and certification of the EIR, given the large amount of comments that we discussed today and staff has acknowledged and received. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you so much, Chair. I am going to take a stab at that motion. And before I do, I'd like to say two quick things. One is, I think for the Sharp Parks, so I completely concur with your assessment, and my comments on the Sharp Park specific plan will not impact the EIR, my thoughts about the EIR or the general plan. I wanted to recommend, and again, this won't be part of my motion, but I want to recommend that we continue the Sharp Park specific plan to a date certain so that we allow for public comment. I'm noting that we really only received a handful of public comments on the Sharp Park specific plan because most people use their time for both the EIR and the general plan. So that would be my preference. But with the motion in mind, and I'm going to try to get through this because it's a long motion and we've got a lot of stuff. But I'm going to move for the commission to adopt the attached resolution to A, recommend that the City Council certifies general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 2012-022046 in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Recommend that the City Council adopts the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations in accordance with CEQA. Recommends that the City Council adopts the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, MMRP, in accordance with CEQA. And then here's where this is going to differ a little bit. Recommend that the City Council approve the general plan update, including the amendments incorporated into the May 2022 draft of that document identified by the Planning Commission, and incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference with the additions that were discussed in detail on all 10 chapters and the glossary at this hearing. And with the recommendation specifically to start an ongoing database of land use changes, create a document management system for this land use document, and provide an additional recommendation in the resolution. Mr. Murdoch, correct me on my language here if I'm getting this wrong, about having a February annual review date. I hope I captured everybody's stuff.
Yes, and Vice Chair Hauser, also to explicitly remove references to recommending approval of the Sharp Park specific plan from the draft resolution. And then I don't know that I heard you say incorporate all maps and testimony into the record by reference.
I believe I did say that, but I will confirm that I did say that again here for the record. And I will also make sure to be clear that I removed reference to the Sharp Park specific plan from item D. I did not remove it from item A because I believe that is the name of the CEQA document. I see yes. City Attorney Sharma shaking her head.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the Sharp Park specific plan, even though it's not moving forward today, doesn't impact any reference in the resolution or reference to the SPS in the EIR document that is being recommended for certification.
Yes, solely for the EIR document, but again, underscoring that I've removed it from statement D.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hauser. We have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Domerat.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Chair Berman.
Yes.
Commissioner Domerat.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright. You're on mute, Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion passes unanimously, 5 in favor, none opposed, with 2 commissioners abstained.
Great. So now, yes, City Attorney Sharma, please advise us on how we continue the Sharp Park specific plan and allow public comment again.
So I'm hearing the commission's intent to continue the public hearing to a date certain to June 20th. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So that would be the motion, would be to continue the public hearing on the Sharp Park specific plan to the June 20th regular meeting of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Vice Chair Hauser.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the discussion or the hearing on the Sharp Park specific plan to the date certain of June 20th at the regular Planning Commission hearing of us. That was really poorly worded, but you know what I mean.
Lots of words today. Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Godwin.
I second that motion.
Motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Domerat,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner Wright,
Yes.
and that motion passes unanimously, 5 in favor, none opposed, with 2 commissioners abstained.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hauser, did you have another item?
I just wanted to say one more time that I really appreciated all of the feedback that the community gave us. And I hope that anyone who watched this understood how many of their comments got integrated into the actual land use document. And I also wanted to thank everyone on staff because this was a huge beastly undertaking over the last 20 years.
I'll second that comment.
Yeah.
I'll second it as well.
Third, I'll fourth it. Commissioner Wright? Yep, he fifths it. I think we all agree. Well, so for this adjourned meeting, we did already have commission communications and staff communications. So I am ready to entertain a motion to adjourn unless I'm missing something that we need to discuss. And Commissioner Domerat.
I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting with continuation on June 20th at the regular Planning Commission meeting.
We have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Commissioner Godwin.
I will second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Can we please vote?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Domerat,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Really quick, I'm going to read this following statement. Anyone aggrieved by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to City Council. If any of the above actions are challenged in court, issues which may be raised are limited to those raised at the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Judicial review of any city administrative decision may be had only if a petition is filed with the court not later than the 90th day following the date upon which the decision becomes final. Judicial review of environmental determinations may be subject to a shorter time period for litigation. In certain cases, 30 days following the date of final decision. Commissioner Domerat, I think that's a leftover hand.
Oh, no hand.
No hand. All right, well, we are adjourned. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. Appreciate everyone's time. Take care.